Chapter 807. How would he know that the current president of the United States, Bush, is supported by the Morgan, Rockefeller, DuPont, and other families? Lu Qiji also regained her composure, gently swirling the red wine glass. Like a wise Mr. Zhuge, she said softly, but he doesn't know what's good for him. He beat up these young masters and even shouted to kill them, showing full hostility. Even if he has great ability, he will have to stay in the United States today. His eyes were filled with disdain, as if Jiang Tian was already a dead man. He grinned hideously and said, "You must know, Keynes is not an ordinary general, but a person who specializes in managing super strong people, just like Chao Shixiang and Wuxia. General Keynes, nice to meet you." At this time, Song Beishan and Lu Zhengguo were already like loyal dogs meeting their master. Their faces were full of joy, and they enthusiastically greeted him. They were once meritorious officials in Wuxia. They were once extremely high officials and had a respected status. But ever since they went against Jiang Tian, they lost their minds due to extreme hatred. They made one wrong move after another, and made one bad move after another. In the end, they were driven to desperation and betrayed their motherland and people. They became the dogs of the foreigners and fell into eternal damnation. General Keynes, good evening. Xia Lin, Li Yanmei, and the other younger generation all rushed to greet him, showing a decent and elegant smile. They bowed like real ladies, intending to leave a good impression on the great general who shook the Pentagon. Only Han Qingli's face changed slightly, then returned to normal. Full of disdain, she said, "Shameless people. You have the ability to bully your own people in Wuxia, but when you're abroad, you're like a stray dog. Shameless. Han Qingli, this is called a wise man submits to circumstances. After today, there will no longer be Master Kong in this world." Li Yanmei heard her ridicule, turned her head, and snorted disdainfully. "Han Qingli, you will regret today's choice. You don't know how deep the foundation of the United States is." At this moment, Xia Lin also chose to stand firmly on the side of the United States and the Song and Lu families. She gloated over Jiang Tian's misfortune. This is power. In front of the top American families like the DuPont, this Wuxia kid is too weak. Even if he is the ruler of a country, he can't resist. Many Americans shook their heads and sighed. Jiang Tian is in danger now. This is troublesome. At this time, Wang Jie, Fei Rong, Lu Yiting, Jean Gige, and Su Jin's faces changed drastically, and their legs turned to jelly. This was a general of the Pentagon. How powerful and terrifying was that? He could mobilize the U.S. military. "Wang Jie, look at what you've done. Why did you have to get involved with this Jiang guy?" Fei Rong was so scared that she started crying. She waved her arms and legs and shouted hysterically, "Why didn't you stop him when he was hitting people? Are you blind or an idiot? Look, even the general of the Pentagon is here. Can he afford to offend him?" She wanted to cry but had no tears. She hated Jiang Tian to the bone and was even more disappointed with Wang Jie. "Brainless, you two are too brainless. He's finished and so are you. We're all finished." Keynes was a powerful man who represented the U.S. military. Even if Jiang Tian was the ruler of Sidoni, so what? He could challenge the Pentagon and the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world? Didn't you see the tragic end of Iraq? The United States of America was invincible in this world. Wang Jie's face was pale and he was speechless for a long time. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "Sigh, for so many years, I've always been a smooth talker. But I was also a humble young man back then. I don't want to bow down to the Americans. Even if I die here today, I think it's worth it to see Jiang Tian beat up these American tycoons." He seemed to be relieved, but who couldn't detect the bitterness and despair in his smile? "Kong Teichu, if you apologize to me now, maybe you'll still have a chance to live." Morgan roared and looked at Jiang Tian with disdain, as if he was going to crush him. What he got in response was a crisp slap to the face. Jiang Tian slapped him to the ground, and blood spurted out from his face. Jiang Tian said lightly, "Kneel down. Who said you could get up? I'll kill you if you talk any more nonsense." "Oh no. He's still beating people in front of canes. Fei Rong was so anxious that she almost fainted. Good. Well done. Kang Taichu is always like this, how can he go far? Lu Jinghua, Song Beishan, and Han Fei gloated. If Jiang Tian did this, then there would be no room for negotiation. Canes would definitely fight him to the death. While the Song and Lu families were gloating and Lu Yiting, Jin Gij, and Fei Rong were panicking. Then, a shocking scene took place. Canes ignored Song Beishan, Lu Jinghua, and Morgan's complaints. He didn't stop and walked past them. It was as if they were just a bunch of air. Song Beishan and Lu Jinghua stopped in their tracks, and their smiles froze on their faces. They looked back in surprise. Then, their eyes widened as if they were going to pop out. Canes walked quickly to Jiang Tian, bowed deeply, and said in the most respectful tone he had ever used in his life. American Pentagon Navy Vice Admiral Canes greets Mr. Kang Taichu, the #1 on the power rankings, the head of Tianqing School, the Eastern Immortal. How is this possible? Seeing Canes being so respectful to Jiang Tian, everyone's expression changed drastically. They were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. For an important general like Canes, even when he met the leaders of other countries, he could speak with arrogance and not mince his words. Not to mention that Jiang Tian had come with a thunderous anger and attacked many powerful people. Canes should be furious, roaring like thunder and announcing the arrest of Jiang Tian. How could this be? How could this be? This can't be. Jiang Tian can actually suppress such a big shot like Canes? Many people exclaimed. Could it be that Jiang Tian can still make a comeback? He's the general of the Pentagon. Li Yanmei, Xia Lin, Song Zheyang, Lu Qiji and the others turned pale and became anxious. It's just diplomatic etiquette. Peaceful means before resorting to force. It must be peaceful means before resorting to force. Song Beishan comforted himself. The power of the United States isn't something you can imagine. Canes won't let Jiang Tian go tonight. Lu Jinghua narrowed his eyes and said, only people at his level knew how domineering and powerful the United States was in the international community. They interfered in the internal affairs of other countries, started local wars and carried out decapitation operations. The international police force wasn't just for show. Jiang Tian picked up the red wine and took a sip, as if he wanted to let his taste buds fully savor and appreciate the mellowness of the wine. The red wine lingered on the tip of his tongue for a long time before he swallowed it leisurely. He said, Canes, I know you. Get up. Master Kang knows my name. I'm terrified. Canes finally dared to stand up and said in a panic. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Jiang Tian glanced at the people around him coldly and a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to punish these traitorous traitors. General Canes, you should be able to help. At this moment, Song Beishan, Lu Jinghua and the others were extremely nervous. They stopped breathing and looked at Canes pitifully. They knew that Canes wouldn't give Jiang Tian face. However, Jiang Tian's fierce reputation made them a bit unsure. Don't worry, Canes is about to show the sharp fangs of the Pentagon. Song Beishan forced a smile. Jiang Taichu, what right do you have to ask General Canes to make things easy for you? What right do you have? Lu Jinggua's face was full of sarcasm and he was so angry that his body trembled. Mr. Kang Taichu, of course. Canes nodded and bowed to Jiang Tian, speaking humbly. But when he turned around, his face suddenly became as cold as ice. He glanced at Song Beishan and the others and said, these people support the gathering of darkness and affect the peace of the world. This is unforgivable. They'll listen to Mr. Zhang's decision. The Pentagon, the CIA and the courts won't interfere. Once these words came out, Song Beishan, Lu Jinghua and the others froze as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces changed drastically and they screamed like tomcats in a furnace. General Canes, are you kidding? We came to surrender, we brought a lot of confidential information. Why didn't you kill Kang Taichu? How can you let him go? Don't raise a tiger and invite calamity. The smile on Song Beishan's face stiffened, and he could no longer smile. He was instantly shrouded in fear and panic. General Keynes, you said that you would provide us with political asylum. How can you go back on your words? Lu Zhengua's eyes were wide open, his hands trembling violently, and he was panting like an old cow. General Keynes, you must help us. We can give you money, political contributions. We support you to be the Minister of Defense. General Keynes, if you don't help, Kang Taichu will kill us. He's a villain. Lu Zhenghua and Song Beishan were old and experienced. Although their hearts were in chaos, they could at least maintain their composure. But the attitude of Song Yang, Lu Qiji and the others of the younger generation was far too different. They knelt on the ground, tears and mucus flowing, kowtowing like they were pounding garlic, wagging their tails and begging Keynes. Yes, Kang Taichu has slaughtered the world. Even the European Union could not suppress him. His next step is to challenge the authority of the United States? You should have made the first move. Yes, he even dares to provoke the DuPont and Rockefeller families. As a senior official of the Pentagon, how can you sit back and do nothing? Keynes, we have American citizenship, we have a green card, we are Americans, we actively pay taxes, you must protect our safety. They even hugged Keynes' legs and cried loudly, snot bubbles coming out of their noses. For a moment, they were like stray dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Chapter 808. Get out of my way. Keynes kicked Li Yanmei, who was hugging his trousers, away and shouted angrily, your immigration application was seriously falsified. Fortunately, our country's immigration review agency discovered it in time and deprived you of your citizenship. You are now equal to illegal immigrants. The United States only protects its citizens. Why should it protect you? Clatter. A public official under Keynes threw out a stack of documents. It was the rejection document from the Immigration Review Agency. When everyone saw this, their bodies trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. They froze on the spot and their faces were filled with despair and fear. Song Beishan stood there for a long time with a pale face. Suddenly he reacted and knelt in front of Jiang Tian. He smiled flatteringly. Master Kang, this old man knows his mistake. Please be magnanimous and spare the Song family. His body was trembling and so was his white hair. He wagged his tail like an old dog and begged in a low voice. Master Kang, you also know that Song Shuangyin has joined the Amei sword sect of Mount Shu. Wouldn't it be great if she could be your servant when she comes back? Her beauty and her cultivation. Beishan, do you think this is useful? Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Zhenghua was stunned when he saw this. Then he looked up at the sky and shook his head. Jiang Taichu is a ferocious man. He kills people and destroys families at the slightest provocation, destroying cities and destroying countries. He killed so many people in Europe that blood flowed like a river. He wants to establish his unparalleled power. Do you think he will let us go if you beg for mercy? Since the day we helped the gathering of darkness, we have never looked back. He knew that he had no chance to live today. He sighed sadly, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. The Amei sword sect of Mount Shu is a real sword immortal. They are otherworldly and unpredictable. Song Beishan ignored Lu Zhenghua and kept kowtowing to Jiang Tian. Every time he kowtowed, it was genuine and honest. It made a loud bang. In a moment, his skin was torn and his forehead was stained with blood. He smiled obsequiously, half pleading, half threatening, and said, Don't worry. Master Kang, no, Lord Jiang, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Harmony is the most important thing. I'm sure that, with Master Jiang's wisdom, you will make a rational decision when faced with the choice of having one more major enemy or one more capable helper, right? At this time, he seemed to be a little delirious as he laughed maniacally. As long as you let me go, you will be my grandfather. Lu Yiting, Fei Rong, and the others were dumbfounded. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was Song Beishan. This was a person who often appeared in the first 5 minutes of the news broadcast. He was an extremely powerful official with monstrous authority. But at this moment, he was forced to kneel and kowtow to Jiang Tian, calling him master and ancestor. He even called out such an unbearable title like biological grandfather. From this, one could see just how terrified he was right now. From this, one could see just how powerful Jiang Tian's heavenly god power was. Old man, you're implying something. Jiang Tian laughed out loud and said, don't you know that Song Shuangyan and Hao Taichong have already died at my hands outside the sword catacomb? The entire place was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Tian had already killed the only hope of the Song family to rise again? What? How is this possible? Song Beishan's face suddenly turned paler than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. His body swayed and he almost fainted. I received a tip-off. It's true. I didn't tell you before because I didn't want you to be too sad. Lu Zhenghua smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shuangyan is no longer here. Otherwise, why would I give the Amei sword sex address to the Covenant of Darkness? Dead? Just dead? Song Beishan's heart was cold and filled with despair. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if his spirit had been stripped away. He collapsed to the ground. Jiang Tian said calmly. Yes, master. Yi Zhantian stepped forward. Those who offend my Tianqing school, what should we do? Jiang Tian said with a lazy smile. Must be killed. Yi Zhantian shouted coldly. Those who betray my Huaxia, what should we do? Jiang Tian asked again. Must be killed. Yi Zhantian's body was as straight as a javelin, murderous intent soaring, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. Kill. Jiang Tian lazily leaned back on the luxurious chair, casually waving his hand. Yi Zhantian drew a long sword, approaching the crowd. Master Kong, I've been overseas, I've never offended you, please spare my life. Lu Qiji's legs were trembling, her teeth were chattering, and she uncontrollably knelt down. Get up. Useless thing. Even if you want to die, you should die with dignity. What's the use of kneeling and begging for mercy? Lu Zhenghua roared. Ancestor Xian, I don't want to die. Lu Qiji's screams came to an abrupt end. A cold light flashed across. Yi Zhantian had already swung his sword. Lu Qiji's head flew a few meters away and rolled to the ground, blood spurting out of her body. Hiss. There was a dead silence. No one thought it would end like this. Jiang Tian was able to suppress the Pentagon and make them obediently hand over the traitor. They also did not think that Jiang Tian would be so domineering and ruthless, killing on the spot without saying a word. Many women screamed in fright, but their screams came to an abrupt end. They trembled, covering their mouths, but did not dare to make a sound, for fear of attracting Jiang Tian's attention. Only the long formation generals were looking at Jiang Tian with a look of worship, their eyes bursting with a blazing light. Grandmaster Jiang was killing for the sake of those traitorous, pro-American guides. He was also killing for the sake of America, and even more so, for the world to see. What does it mean that those who offend my strong people will be killed? This is what it means. Even if you escape to the United States, get a green card, even if you collude with the Pentagon, you will not escape death. Show off my country's prestige. Dear, please help me. I can't die. Li Yanmei's legs turned to jelly, she urinated on the spot, and begged little DuPont. General Keynes, why is this happening? When has the United States ever bowed our head? Seeing this, little DuPont almost jumped up in anger, glaring furiously at General Keynes. We still have nuclear weapons, the Atlantic Fleet, countless sophisticated weapons, and millions of soldiers. You can't even protect the most basic safety of taxpayers. You have seriously failed in your duty. This is an order from the White House. General Keynes' face was as still as water, unmoved. What? An order from the White House. Little DuPont's face suddenly turned pale and dim, his eyes filled with incomparable sadness and disappointment, as if his spirit had been sucked out in an instant. In the end, he shook his head and sighed, saying with difficulty, Fine, since it's an order from the White House, I won't interfere in this matter. What? You don't care about me anymore. Li Yanmei's body trembled as if she had lost her parents. This woman's skills in bed are not bad, but that's all. Little DuPont was a little reluctant, but in the end, his face hardened and he threw a cold look over. Get out! A few white bodyguards immediately understood, lifting Li Yanmei up and violently pushing her out. Master Kong, spare my life, I know I was wrong. Li Yanmei trembled as she crawled toward Jiang Tian. She was filled with regret, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, and her face was filled with despair as she begged for mercy. Kill! Jiang Tian's eyes were filled with disgust as he urged, Zhang, hurry up, don't let her snot get on me. Li Yanmei only felt cold and hot at the same time. Looking down, she was shocked to see a long sword sticking out of her full chest. Then, her vision turned black, and she fell into eternal darkness, dying an unnatural death. Grandpa, save me! Song Choyang howled miserably in despair. He actually took large strides and quickly ran out of the door. Don't you dare run, you traitor! You should have thought of this when you betrayed your country. Black Tortoise took a step and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. Kaboom! He punched out and directly pierced Song Choyang's chest, pulling out his beating heart, throwing it on the ground and crushing it with his foot. Then, many of the long formation warriors moved, swinging their long swords and slashing down mercilessly. The descendants of the Song and Lu families fell in a pool of blood one by one, dying in a foreign land. Kill Song Beishan and Lu Jinghua first. Take your time to kill the rest. I'm going out to eat supper. After they killed a few more people, Jiang Tian suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the two old men, sneering. Song Beishan sat on the ground, his eyes glazed over, and feces and urine flowed out from between his legs. Hearing this, he woke up from his dream and begged, Master Kong, spare me this time. Old bastard, you should have died long ago. Yi Zhantian hated him to the core, so there was no mercy. He swung his sword. Blood spurted out. Song Beishan's head rolled on the ground, and the stench of blood flowed everywhere. His eyes were still open, but they had dimmed, filled with unwillingness and fear. It was as if he could not believe that he would end up in such a miserable state until the moment of his death. When he reached Lu Jinghua, Zhantian, in a few months, your father Yi Tianren and Jiang Tian's 3-year agreement will be up. Lu Jinghua, on the other hand, appeared very calm. He said calmly, Yi Tianren should also come out of retirement. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. Too bad I won't be able to see it. He sneered. When the time comes, no matter who dies, you have to let me know. If I know in the underworld, I will smile too. A shadow flashed across Yi Zhantian's heart. His body froze and his face changed. The next moment, he sneered and said, Old brat, no one will die. Only you will definitely die. Swoosh! Lu Jinghua's head flew up and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open, as if they were filled with unwillingness and despair. Dozens of corpses lay on top of each other. The luxurious solid wood floor was covered with large patches of sticky blood. The thick smell of blood was so pungent that it was difficult to breathe. At this point, the Song and Lu families, who had dominated Wuxia for decades, were completely wiped off the face of the earth. None of their core members were spared. All of them died an unnatural death. The originally grand banquet had turned into a scene of carnage. It was like hell on earth. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone cowered like quails, their scalps tingling. No one dared to make a sound. Chapter 809. At this moment, Jiang Tian stepped on the pool of blood and slowly stood up. He raised his wine cup and smiled gently. Everyone, the Song and Lu families have offended me several times. Today, I'm going to kill them all. I'm sorry for scaring you all. His face was beaming with happiness, revealing his neat, white teeth. He said amiably, I, Kong Teichu, have always been vengeful. But I'll never kill the innocent. Actually, I've always been a kind person. I'm looking forward to peace. I welcome you to continue investing in Sidoni. Everyone was silent. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Many of the female guests even started to sob softly. After all, they were all legal businessmen and wealthy people. They had never seen such a tragic scene of dozens of people being beheaded in seconds. In fact, many people were cursing in their hearts. You're a kind person. You're looking forward to peace. You're a devil. Grandmaster Zhang's words are true. Keynes broke the awkward silence with a smile and flattered, "You're right. Master Kong, you killed the Covenant of Darkness and its henchmen for world peace. The Pentagon is very impressed." Yes, the Morgan family is also very impressed. Morgan's legs trembled as he smiled and tried to curry favor. DuPont, Morgan, Rockefeller, you've all secretly supported the Covenant of Darkness. You all owe me your lives, and the lives of your entire family. Jiang Tian glanced at him and said calmly, "I'll come anytime soon. I will come and get it at any time. As for when I will come and get it, that will depend on your performance." The faces of the rich Americans changed, and then they started to tremble as if they were grieving for their parents. Morgan smiled and said, "Master Kong, we were wrong." Even if he was unwilling, he had to lower his head at this moment. Jiang Tian really dared to kill him. There must be some misunderstanding. The DuPont family's son also turned pale. It might be an order from a branch family. I'll get to the bottom of it and give Mr. Jiang an explanation. Jiang Tian's eyes were full of contempt. He was too lazy to pay attention to their explanations. He drank the wine in his cup and turned to walk out of the door. The investment conference that the Celestial God Corporation had carefully planned was already in chaos. How could it continue? General Keynes, thank you for your cooperation. In the future, if you need my cooperation, Huaxia, we will do our best. After Yi Zhantian and Keynes exchanged a few words, they led the long formation warriors and left with Jiang Tian. Lu Yiting, Jin Gij, Fei Rong, Wang Jie, and the others hurriedly followed Jiang Tian. Many Huaxia businessmen left the Rockefeller building with shock and many mysteries. In the end, many celebrities and tycoons in the United States scrambled to leave as if they were avoiding the plague. Only corpses were left in the huge hall. There were also little DuPont, little Rockefeller, little Morgan, little Charlene, and several other young talents. General Keynes, is it true that Kong Teichu cannot be provoked? He's threatening the three families. Didn't you hear him? Little Morgan was also afraid of Jiang Tian's threat, but thinking about his disdainful look, he was enraged and gritted his teeth. Today is a great humiliation for us. We want to see the president and ask him to use nuclear weapons to kill this man. Little Rockefeller's face was also ashen. His murderous aura surged, and his eyes shot out flames of anger. Kong Teichu is indeed powerful, but it's obvious that the dominators of the world are not him or Sidoni. Keynes straightened his body and his eyes suddenly became sharp. At this time, he finally showed the viciousness of a lieutenant general in the Pentagon. He said coldly, "But you have to understand that this is New York, the largest city in the United States with 10 million citizens. How can we use nuclear weapons?" The three of them froze. Little Rockefeller hesitated. Is only nuclear weapons in this world able to kill him? Laser weapons and electromagnetic weapons can't do it? If you don't take action, we will stop political donations and even impeach the president. Little Morgan was very domineering at this time. He swung his sleeves angrily. He was almost killed by Jiang Tian just now. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this person must be eliminated. The three of you, the president and the Pentagon, agree that Kong Teichu must be killed. Keynes was not in a hurry. He smiled eerily. It's just that weapons of mass destruction are not allowed to be used in the United States. We can only carry out a precise operation to kill the leader. Today, I cooperated with him to kill the Song and Lu families to show our goodwill and make him unguarded so that we can kill him. I see. Great. General Keynes, I knew that you must have a backup plan. This time, we've caught him off guard. Kong Teichu must die. The three of them were overjoyed. However, the operation still needs the three of you to cooperate closely. Otherwise, the chances of success are slim. Keynes said slowly with a cold look in his eyes. New York was a metropolis. It was very prosperous. Han Qingli knew the way. Soon, she led Jiang Tian and the rest to a Chinese bar. They sat down again and had some supper. However, no one spoke for a while. The atmosphere in the booth was a little cold. At this time, Everyone was shocked. They looked at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at a monster. Jiang Tian, no, brother Tian, you're too awesome. Jean Gage was very excited. She gave him a thumbs up and praised. You can even suppress canes? Kill in front of so many rich people in America? Kill the whole family and the Song and Lu families. She was originally a tough woman, a pure man. She walked the path of Brother Chun and was very fierce. It's really killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Once the matter is done, you leave with a flick of your sleeves, hiding your achievements and fame. Hero. Peerless hero. Everyone was panicking, but she was the first to calm down. She gave Chen Fan a thumbs up excitedly and her eyes were twinkling. I finally understand why you were so domineering when Lu Liwei went to Beautiful Sky. You even mobilized the Red Wall internal guards. At this moment, Wang Jie admired Jiang Tian to the point of prostrating himself before him. They were no longer from the same world. He could only look up to them. Jiang Tian, let me give you a toast. I'm sorry for offending you just now. I'm so sorry. Fei Rong was so scared that she almost cried. She held the glass with both hands and proposed a toast to Jiang Tian. Her hands trembled so much that she spilled a lot of wine. She was born in a family in Yanjin and knew the status of the Song and Lu families. They were unparalleled in the world. However, Jiang Tian had trampled on such families time and time again. It was not enough to chase them out of the country. He even chased them all the way to America. Not even the Morgan family dared to stop him. How terrifying was Jiang Tian's power. Now that even the Pentagon had to bow down to him, how many people in the world could suppress him? Who had the right to be presumptuous in front of him? Don't tremble. Those people that I killed deserve to be killed. You're Wang Jie's fiancé. How can I kill you? Jiang Tian sighed helplessly and took a sip of wine. He kept a distance from his classmates because of this. Once his identity was exposed, the equal and natural classmate relationship would be gone. Master Kong is not a bad person. He doesn't kill people for no reason. Seeing that Jiang Tian and the other old classmates were so scared that their faces turned pale, Han Qingli could only roll her eyes and explain. Everyone secretly clicked their tongues when they heard this, feeling deep respect for Jiang Tian. Demons, vampires. These were all things that only existed in legends. They usually only appeared in movies and novels. If they had not seen with their own eyes that Jiang Tian was able to suppress Canes and the other rich young masters, they would have thought that this was nonsense. I was forced to do something. I wanted to do something in Sidoni. These demons and monsters are messing around. His classmates wanted to ask more, but Jiang Tian did not want to say any more. He did not want his classmates to be involved in his world. However, this time, he had no choice but to take action when he encountered the Lu and Song families. Let's not talk about these scary things. We just need to remember that no matter what, we are still good classmates. Wang Jie was a clear-minded person. He immediately stood up and shouted to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone could only suppress the many questions in their hearts and drink again. This time, Fei Rong's attitude was much better. Before this, she did not drink with Jiang Tian and the others. However, this time, she repeatedly toasted Jiang Tian and tried to please him. As a result, she looked at Wang Jie, Chen Longxing, Lu Yiting, and the others with a smile. She said on the spot that she would go back and register her marriage with Wang Jie. She could not wait any longer. Her parents were very anxious. Seeing this, even Wang Jie was a little confused. Ever since he met Fei Rong, he had never received such good treatment. Only Han Qingli looked on coldly. She knew very well. Master Kong dominated the world and controlled a country and a religion. Even if he did not do it personally, his many disciples would be enough to make Fei Rong's stomach round. This small gathering between the classmates ended happily with Fei Rong's flattery. Except for Han Qingli, the others got up and left. They immediately bought tickets to return to Huaxia according to Jiang Tian's request. At the airport, everyone was still immersed in shock. They gathered together and whispered, recalling the shocking scene that night. Sigh, this Jiang Tian is simply too heaven-defying. No wonder he dared to trample on Lu Liwei. Now he has destroyed the Liu and Song families. Wang Jie was shocked and sighed. He killed people in front of a high-ranking Pentagon official. I heard that Keynes is a general, but he acted as if he didn't see it. This is unimaginable. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. The United States was undoubtedly the most powerful country in the world. It had millions of soldiers and countless nuclear weapons. It had the most terrifying military power and was the most unyielding in the international community. It was known as the International Police. However, it seemed that the United States did not dare to provoke Jiang Tian. How is this possible? How is this possible? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have thought that this was a dream. Fei Rong still could not believe it. Why didn't those Americans stop it? Those American dignitaries were beaten up, but they didn't dare to fight back. Why did Jiang Tian do that? Chapter 8:10. Why? Chen Longxing was, after all, more well-informed. Because he is the most powerful man in the dark world. He hunted down Jiang Ligua, the sixth most powerful man in the world. He is the master of Sidoni. Hunted down a powerful man? Lu Yiting asked curiously. How did he become the master of Sidoni? The Grand Emperor? Is that a feudal society? Fei Rong was shocked. There are some things that I don't know. I am only in charge of the secular business in the Chen family. Chen Longxing explained. But I vaguely heard Chen Zifan and the others say that Jiang Tian once defeated the French army, and then defeated the Dark Parliament with a history of 1,000 years. He killed thousands of people in Europe, including the members of the royal family, and forced the European Union President Jung to kneel and beg for mercy. The entire Sidoni was saved and built by him. Even the Rockefeller family's assets are nothing compared to his. As he spoke, Chen Longxing told him some of the secret information he had heard. Although he didn't know much about it, it was still a piece of cake. To the others, it sounded like a fantasy story. They couldn't believe it. He defeated the 28th Japanese Mixed Brigade, hundreds of thousands of French Navy, Air Force, and the American Super Force? Wang Jie and Fei Rong felt that it was a myth. How is that possible? Planes, cannons, and missiles. How can ordinary people withstand them? Even Lu Yiting shook her head. Even the superheroes in Marvel comics and movies aren't that powerful. She was the closest to Jiang Tian. She remembered that when they were in college, Jiang Tian failed sports every day. How did he become Superman? If not, why didn't Keynes stop Jiang Tian when Lu Jinghua and the others were defeated? Chen Longxing chuckled and said, Yi Zhantian used to be the god of war in the army. After he retired, he took charge of the Dragon Group in Wuxia. The members of the Dragon Group were all people who could break mountains with their fists and fly into the sky. However, he became Jiang Tian's disciple. The people around him suddenly became silent. Their hearts churned as they wanted to defend themselves. However, just as Chen Longxing said, if Jiang Tian wasn't Superman, everything that happened tonight couldn't be explained. Everyone, Jiang Tian is no ordinary person. Chen Longxing smiled. Many people say that he is the reincarnation of a god. The luckiest thing in our lives is to have such an old classmate. So what if we lose the representative of the Celestial Gods Corporation? As long as Jiang Tian gives us a chance, we can easily earn hundreds of millions or even billions. Fei Rong immediately became excited. She elbowed Wang Jie and said, Wang Jie, you must catch Jiang Tian. Let's go to Sidoni and find some projects to do. Only Lu Yiting's eyes were filled with resentment. She sighed softly. The distance between her and Jiang Tian was getting further and further. Perhaps he should have given up long ago and cut off that thought. Just as their minds were in turmoil, Jiang Tian and Han Qingli had already walked out of the bar. Yi Zhantian immediately appeared like a ghost and said, Master Kong, their relationship with you has been exposed. Will the United States of America do anything to them? You can see it too? Jiang Tian said with a smile. There must be something fishy going on. Yi Zhantian's eyes flashed. Keynes is a true hawk. He believes that the dignity of the United States of America is inviolable and views the martial arts community of Wuxia as his mortal enemy. Today, we killed and captured people right under his nose. Even if he didn't dare to do anything, he should have threatened to protest. However, he cooperated with us and was respectful. This is very unusual. That's right. Jiang Tian nodded and said, Xianxia, your judgment is getting more and more accurate. He said slowly, Keynes definitely wants to kill us, but he knows our cultivation level. Nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction are completely useless against us. Therefore, he might have used a precise strategy to kill us. He cooperated with us to kill the Song family and the Lu family. He just wanted to make me lower my guard. Then let's get out of here. Yi Zhantian's eyes flashed and he said, we are at a disadvantage if we stay in their territory. Also, if they kidnapped your friends and classmates, you would have to hold back. I have asked them to come back to their country as soon as possible. You should go back as soon as possible. Jiang Tian said lightly. What about you? Come back with us. Yi Zhantian said nervously. Of course, Jiang Tian's cultivation was very strong, but the technology of the United States was also advancing rapidly. There were many high-tech laboratories. Who knew what kind of strange weapons they had developed? In the 50s and 60s of the last century, the United States of America had never killed an immortal state overlord. However, after half a century of development, it was hard to say for sure. Don't worry. As long as I am here, they won't dare to do anything to you. You can come back to your country safely. Jiang Tian said lightly. You don't have to worry about me in the United States of America. I have my ways to stop them. Master, you don't have to take the risk. Yi Zhantian was touched and anxious. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. However, Jiang Tian was unmoved. In the end, Yi Zhantian heaved a sigh and left with the 4 elemental generals. That night, Jiang Tian stayed at Han Qingli's apartment. The next day, Jiang Tian received a reply. The 4 elemental generals and 8 divine generals had brought the bodies of Song Beishan and Lu Zhenghua back to their country. However, Cairns, Morgan, and the others did not come. Instead, Charlene came first. Jiangtan, why are you still here? Charlene was wearing a pair of large sunglasses and a baseball cap. She was also dressed in casual male attire. When the girl saw Jiang Tian, she urged nervously. Are you waiting for them to kill you? Who wants to kill me? Who has the ability to kill me? Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said disdainfully. Charlene said anxiously, I know you are very powerful and the most powerful person in the dark world. But you don't know what kind of trump cards Keynes and Morgan have. What kind of trump cards? Jiang Tian smiled and said, you work for the Heavenly Gods Corporation. What do you know? Anyway, they are not people you can mess with. Charlene's expression changed slightly. She wanted to say something but stopped. There is no one in this world that I don't dare to mess with. Jiang Tian was unmoved as he smiled faintly. Jiangtan, how can you be so arrogant and stubborn? The more Charlene thought about it, the angrier she became. You have never seen a higher level of life. You don't know how powerful the United States of America is. I'm here to remind you on account of the fact that we met once in Yanjing. Didn't you see that I changed my appearance? I took a great risk, but you didn't recognize my kindness. A higher level of life. Jiang Tian smiled faintly in disdain. So what if you are from a divine-level civilization? If you mess with me, you will definitely die. Not to mention that he was already at Foundation Establishment Level 1, there were not many people on Earth who had such cultivation. Even when he was at Qi Refinement, he had been able to simulate many divine powers without fear. He glanced at Charlene and said slowly, I have to advise you. Stay away from the Heavenly Gods Corporation. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will not have a good ending. Although this woman was very ignorant of his own strength, her advice was indeed out of good intentions. Charlene was so angry that her face turned pale. This Jiang Tian was too arrogant. Good words could not persuade a person who deserved to die. If you want to die, then die. That's all I have to say. There's nothing I can do if you don't listen. She couldn't be bothered to persuade him anymore and left with a cold smile. Jiang Tian only smiled and continued to refine the flying swords and pills. He was not in a hurry. Jiang Tian stayed in New York for a few more days. He was not in a hurry, meditating and refining the 9 flying swords. Sure enough, on this morning, Morgan came to visit. Master Kong, I'm here to apologize for my offensive behavior a few days ago. The bruises on Morgan's face had yet to fade, but he bowed politely, showing the demeanor of a first-tier American scion. Just a verbal apology? Jiang Tian smiled sinisterly. I'll kill your entire family and then apologize to you. Is that okay? Of course not. Little Morgan was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He smiled humbly and said, Indeed, we didn't know Master Kang's strength and went astray by supporting the Dark Parliament, but we have already realized our mistake. At noon, my father and I would like to invite Master Kong and Miss Han Qingli to the Morgan Manor to discuss compensation. Okay. Jiang Tian nodded slightly and agreed. Master Kong, I'm afraid it's just as Charlene said. They came prepared and want to kill you. After Morgan left, Han Qingli reminded him. Are you going to the banquet or not? Don't go if you're scared, Jiang Tian said with a smile. Of course, I'm going. Han Qingli waved her small fists, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she said excitedly, watching Master Kong kill people is so satisfying. It's like drinking ergot. Jiang Tian was speechless. This girl had delicate features, but he didn't expect that she had such a terrifying violent gene hidden in her heart. 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Tian got into Han Qingli's silver Mercedes-Benz and drove leisurely to the Morgan Manor. The Morgan Manor, on Gavinius Island in New York Bay, occupied a large area of more than 300 acres. This manor and Liberty Island, where the Statue of Liberty was located, could be seen from afar. Jiang Tian lived in Han Qingli's apartment in Manhattan. He had to cross half of New York City and take a ferry to get to the island. They arrived at the Morgan Manor. Morgan was already waiting at the door with a joyful face. He asked Jiang Tian and Han Qingli to get out of the car and walk inside together. This manor was quite old. It was built in a classic European style. The large round villa with milky white marble had gone through the vicissitudes of life. There were Roman columns, statues and fountains. The environment was pleasant. The green grass was like a cushion and the pine and cypress trees stood along the path, blocking the sky and the sun. It gave people a very quiet feeling. Jiang Tian scanned the manor with his divine sense as he walked, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 8:11. Under the guidance of a few bodyguards, the group entered a large hall. He saw an old man with white hair on his temples, but his back was ramrod straight, and he had an imposing appearance. The old man was wearing a black tuxedo and holding a black cane. He had half a lens on his aquiline nose and an antique pocket watch hanging in front of his chest. He looked like an old British gentleman. Master Kong, Ms. Han, I'm the chairman of the Morgan Financial Group, the head of the Morgan family, Jeep Morgan. Nice to meet you. As soon as he saw Jiang Tian, his face was full of joy. He took the initiative to extend his hand and greeted him. I've heard of you, the richest and most powerful man in America. I heard that even the Federal Reserve has to give you face. Jiang Tian smiled and shook hands with him. Compared to Master Kong, I'm just a rich man. I don't deserve it. Morgan, the Jeep, had a humble smile on his face as he bowed deeply. He even spoke fluent Chinese. Master Kong, Ms. Han, please have a seat. Old Morgan was polite and at ease. He led Jiang Tian and Han Qingli to the luxurious round chairs inlaid with pearls and sat down. Then he waved his hand to dismiss little Morgan. Jiang Tian sipped his fragrant tea and went straight to the point with a smile. You support the gathering of darkness. How do you plan to compensate me? You know what happened to those rich families in the European Union. Master Kong, I've been terrified and guilty about this matter. Jeep Morgan asked pitifully. Of course, I'll compensate you. Master Kong, what do you think about my family compensating you with $50 billion US? Han Qingli was so excited that she felt dizzy. She quickly gave Jiang Tian a look. That meant that it was enough, and it wasn't little at all. 50 billion US dollars. This amount of compensation was enough to make those rich Wuxia tycoons who had a few $100 million USD feel proud of themselves. Your family is said to control trillions of USD. Aren't you a little too stingy? Jiang Tian ignored Han Qingli's look and continued to demand an exorbitant price. I'm willing to admit defeat, but 50 billion US dollars is our limit. Jeep Morgan sighed and smiled bitterly. Do you know that I don't even give those European financial groups and families a chance to buy their lives? Jiang Tian sneered, his eyes cold. Master Kong may not know this, but although we control trillions of dollars in assets, our own assets are only $200 billion. The rest is leverage, debt, and financial management. Jeep Morgan shook his head with a panicked expression. The bitterness at the corner of his mouth became even stronger, and the wrinkles at the corner of his mouth became even deeper, as if they were carved by a knife. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant as he sighed helplessly. Also, during the two exchange rate wars in the EU, we were Qin Jinming and the California Financial Group's opponents. We suffered heavy losses. Right now, I only have 120 billion US dollars. Master Kong should at least leave me some money to support my family. He subconsciously turned the large ruby ring on his right middle finger and laughed self-deprecatingly. I finally understand now. Never be Master Kang's opponent. You lose everything. You lose everything. Very well, if that's the case, then 80 billion USD it is. Follow Jiang Tian closely from now on, and you'll be able to make a comeback. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Jeep Morgan was overjoyed when he heard this. He stood up and bowed deeply to Jiang Tian. Master Kong, there's an old saying in Wuxia, no discord, no concord. As long as Master Kong gives me some information, the Morgan family will follow Master Kang's footsteps and make a comeback. Jiang Tian laughed. Jeep Morgan didn't waste any time. He immediately asked the old servant to bring him a checkbook. Swish. Old Morgan signed his name and walked toward Jiang Tian with the check in both hands. He nodded and smiled. Check from a Swiss bank. You can withdraw it any time. Master Kong, please accept it. Master Kong, it's too easy for you to make money. 50 billion USD. Han Qingli exclaimed. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Jeep Morgan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness as he lifted his right hand. The ruby ring on his middle finger suddenly shot out a beam of white light toward Jiang Tian's forehead. In a split second, Jiang Tian tilted his head. The beam of white light penetrated the 60-centimeter thick marble wall in a blink. The white light was so hot that it created a hole the size of a bowl. There were burn marks on the edge of the hole like lava. Jeep Morgan's face paled. It was a miniature version of the extreme energy laser launcher, the ultimate weapon of the universe shield. It was small but powerful. It could penetrate dozens of centimeter-thick steel plates. It was an attack at the speed of light, and yet Jiang Tian was able to dodge it. And when did he do it? How did he get his hands on my extreme energy laser ring? Blue Witch, one of the 4 giants of the universe shield. Your ruby is quite big and shiny. It almost blinded my eyes. Jiang Tian smiled and crushed the ruby in his hand. It was obvious that there was an extremely compact structure in it. It was at the nano level, as if it didn't belong to the civilization of this world. Kong Tichu, go to hell. Seeing that she had been exposed, Jeep Morgan, who was in the form of Blue Witch, jumped up vigorously. She flipped her wrist and 2 daggers appeared in her hands. She waved them toward Jiang Tian. At the same time, the 5 burly men behind Han Qingli also reached out and grabbed Han Qingli. Jiang Tian, save me. I'm going to die. Han Qingli was so scared that her face turned pale and she screamed. You want to kill me with just the likes of you? Jiang Tian didn't panic at all and slowly raised his hand. A formless restrictive force immediately shrouded the space. The 5 burly men were all frozen in place. They were dumbfounded and couldn't move at all. Blue Witch was also frozen in the air. She was still in a falling posture, but she was still suspended in the air, motionless. Break! She tried her best to activate her arcana, And there was finally a change. The skin all over his body rolled up like fine blue scales, making rustling sounds. Those scales were like sapphires, crystal clear, and covered her entire body, including her limbs and face. However, she still couldn't break free from the seal. She was panicking, and her eyes were filled with fear. She didn't expect that she couldn't use her arcana at all. It was as if she was wearing invisible shackles. She was a Super X Arcanist, a powerful existence beyond the immortal state. She was one of the giants of the universe shield. He, as expected of the Heavenly God Corporation. You are indeed a race from outer space. But you are so ugly. Jiang Tian stood up and approached the Blue Witch. His face was full of disdain. Blue Witch was a very small race in outer space called the Thousand Change Demon race. They could naturally transform into any shape, and even their voices and fingerprints were exactly the same. However, their combat power was very average. Their strength and speed were only equivalent to a Super X Arcanist, which was around the immortal state. Moreover, this Blue Witch's bloodline wasn't pure. She should only have a quarter of the Thousand Change Demon bloodline. How could she escape from Jiang Tian's divine sense? How could she be a match for Jiang Tian? When Jiang Tian entered the Morgan Manor, his divine sense had found out that she was the one who had transformed. If you dare to kill me, the real Superbrains will definitely avenge me. Under the despairing gaze of the blue sorceress, Jiang Tian slowly grabbed her neck and twisted it lightly. The woman's neck was broken, and blue blood flowed out. Her pink tongue stuck out and her eyes dimmed. She died instantly. As for the other burly men, they were merely rank S or rank X metahumans, yet they were directly smashed into pieces by Jiang Tian's palm, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Cool. So cool. Han Qingli pretended to be scared. She hugged Jiang Tian's arm and took advantage of Jiang Tian. Marvel Comics should be based on them, but now they are all dead because of Master Kong. This is just the appetizer. Next, there will be a more exciting battle. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and walked out of the door. Suddenly, he looked into the depths of the clouds. A missile more than 10 meters long, leaving a trail of white air turbulence in its wake, silently shot over from the sky. It didn't make any sound. To be exact, Jiang Tian could see the missile, but he couldn't hear it. It meant that the missile's speed had exceeded the speed of sound. Jiang Tian's divine sense judged that it should be 8 times the speed of sound, comparable to the flying sword of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The missile was extremely accurate. It was shot at Jiang Tian's head with less than 10 centimeters of error. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The missile exploded in an instant. In the area where Jiang Tian was, everything within a radius of 300 to 400 meters had been leveled to the ground. Flames soared into the sky. However, the outside of Morgan Manor didn't suffer any damage. 20 kilometers away from Morgan Manor, on the observation deck of the Statue of Liberty's crown. This place had been urgently requisitioned and transformed into the temporary headquarters of the Pentagon's decapitation operation. Many electronic screens were set up and formed a battlefield information command system together with various communication devices. Kong Teichu is doomed after all. Morgan looked at the manor from afar with a pair of binoculars. His face was full of excitement. After he brought Jiang Tian to the Blue Witch, he immediately took a helicopter to this place. Because he knew that the decapitation operation would be carried out immediately. That's a bullet from God Slayer. It's equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT. How can Kong Teichu survive? What kind of Eastern immortal is this? He's still going to die when he meets our God Slayer. I'm afraid he's already turned into a pile of ashes. General Keynes, your plan is flawless. I think we have to prepare for a press conference soon. We have to open champagne to celebrate. What a pity. It's really a pity to lose the Super X-level Ocean Lady. Beside him, a few generals from the Pentagon surrounded Keynes. They were all overjoyed. Their eyes were full of excitement, like flies rubbing their hands together. Chapter 8:12. Nuclear weapons had nuclear radiation, shock waves, light radiation, and other destructive powers. Unlike atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs, atomic bombs mainly use the high-energy neutron radiation released at the moment of explosion to injure and kill people, not shock waves. During the explosion, the number of neutrons shot out from a nuclear explosion was 5 to 6 times more than a fission bomb of the same power. The proportion of high-energy neutrons was also greatly increased. Normally, it was about 20 times more than a fission nuclear weapon. However, the neutron bomb had a huge advantage. The shock wave produced by the explosion was smaller. A neutron bomb with the equivalent of 1,000 tons of TNT could instantly kill people with a radius of 800 meters, but the shock wave only damaged buildings with a radius of 300 to 400 meters. It wouldn't turn into ruins like atomic bombs or hydrogen bombs, but there would be more casualties. The neutron bomb belonged to the third generation of nuclear bombs, while the God-slaying bomb belonged to the fourth generation of nuclear bombs. It had just come out of the laboratory and its performance and lethality were even more terrifying than a normal bomb. At this time, the explosion in the core area where Jiang Tian was at was as lethal as the nuclear bombs of 15,000 tons and 20,000 tons dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This weapon was specially prepared for the holy lords and kings in the Holy See, which was why it was called God-slaying. Who would have thought that it would be used on Jiang Tian first? No, it's not that simple. On the side, General Keynes said with a grave expression, Kong Teichu is an overlord who has surpassed the immortal state. He might be able to withstand a nuclear bomb. He waved his hand and immediately issued a second order with a firm tone. Universe Shield Team, go and kill Kong Teichu immediately. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. The neutron bomb was very lethal and had very little pollution. Besides, the decapitation operation had been set up perfectly. The Morgan Manor was located on Gavinus Island, far away from the city, which was very suitable for the God-slaying bomb. All the members of the Morgan family and the surrounding residents in the manor evacuated. The operation had been successful from the beginning to the end, but for some reason, Keynes felt a bit uneasy. A few supersonic fighter jets broke the sound barrier and flew over New York City, hovering a few hundred meters above the Morgan Manor in a blink. Swish, 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 swish. Some even sped up by the blue flames under their shoes, shooting toward the manor like cannonballs. Some of the genetically modified warriors stretched out their arms and large wings burst out from their backs. They flapped their wings and flew over. Some of them relied on their strong physical bodies and did not wear armor. They were not afraid of the impact of falling from a height of hundreds of meters and jumped down boldly. Almost every one of them had reached grade X, which was equivalent to the cultivation of an immortal. Coupled with the super armor, their combat power quickly rose to the level of a human celestial sage. With so many powerhouses coming out in full force, anyone who faced them would feel their scalp go numb. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office on the 80th floor of a chic building on New York's financial district, Charlene's face was pale as she sipped her coffee. She and the other upper echelons of the Heavenly God Corporation looked at the Morgan Manor through the screen. They were only the representatives of the Heavenly God Corporation. But this time, the owner of the Heavenly God Corporation let them watch the video of Kong Teichu to strengthen their confidence. The Heavenly Gods had the ability to kill Kong Teichu and rule the world. The Heavenly Gods haven't come out yet, and Kong Teichu is already dead? He's too weak. An executive exclaimed. I've already told him, but he still went to die. Who can he blame? Swish, 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 swish. She felt very regretful, but more than that, she felt sorrow for his misfortune and anger for his failure to strive. Jiang Tian, you will never understand how terrifying deities are. That old fellow Keynes is too despicable. Why did he use a neutron bomb? I really want to fight with Jiang Taichu. In Morgan Manor, a grade 10 metahuman chewed on a piece of gum with a gloomy expression. He was called Steel Mountain. True to his name, he was 2.5 meters tall, like a majestic mountain of flesh. Those sturdy muscles were like horned dragons coiling around his chest and arms, shining with a strange metallic luster. He was a metal esper. He didn't control metal, but when he used his Esper ability, his muscles could become as hard as steel. In the 50s and 60s, he had followed the US Army to hunt down dark overlords all over the world and killed 3 immortal state warriors in Southeast Asia. What a boring mission. He's here to collect Kong Teichu's body. Damn it. Another female physical awakened also complained. They were all super experts and thought highly of themselves. They didn't support Kane's using the blue witch to disguise himself as an assassin or using neutron bullets. They should have fought Kong Teichu openly to announce the existence of the universe shield to the world. According to the thermal imaging, there are no longer any signs of life here. This Jiang Taichu is too weak. Another powerhouse wearing a fiery red super armor said regretfully. You want to fight me? I'll help you. Right at this moment, a mocking voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked to see a figure slowly emerge from the smoke. Behind him was a trembling, pale-faced Chinese woman who was hugging his arm tightly. Kong Teichu! Everyone exclaimed and widened their eyes in disbelief. Although they were complaining, when they saw Jiang Tian appear in front of them intact, there was only fear in their hearts. Deep fear. He couldn't even be killed by a bullet. Was he still a human? Was there anything in the world that could kill him? At the same time, in the temporary headquarters on the Statue of Liberty, Keynes almost jumped up in shock. He's really not dead. How is this possible? Retreat. You can't defeat him. We'll use our long-range weapons, he exclaimed. As soon as this voice sounded in the ears of many Universe Shield warriors on the battlefield, Jiang Tian had already made his move. Boom. Jiang Tian's face was cold. He raised his hand and slapped down casually. Boom. The extremely vast and terrifying essence chi of heaven and earth was instantly mobilized and turned into a giant golden palm with a radius of 300 meters. The giant golden palm that descended from the sky was like a gigantic spiritual god slapping down, or like a Buddha pressing down with his 5-finger mountain. It carried with it a boundless might and contained boundless surging, unstoppable power. What is this? Countless overlords of the Universe Shield warriors looked up with shock in their eyes. Their faces were pale and they were terrified. A huge pressure came, as if thousands of mountains were falling down at the same time. It was unbearable and even their bones were about to break. Crack, crack. Those super mechanical exoskeleton armors made a violent sound as if they were about to explode. It was unknown who shouted this. Dozens of experts used their ultimate techniques or used the flames of their super armors to rush into the distance. But it was too late. The giant golden palm was too fast. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky with ear-piercing sounds. There were already red flames on the edge of the giant golden palm. Boom! The ground shook and a giant handprint with a radius of 300 meters appeared on the ground. It sank a dozen meters into the ground, as if a giant meteorite had fallen from the sky. When the 7th metal true essence and the chi of heaven and earth dissipated, they saw broken limbs and blood in the deep pit. Those Universe Shield warriors who weren't wearing armor were all broken and turned into blood and flesh. Those super armors were also cracked and twisted, with blood oozing out. The overlords inside were all killed, but they were lucky and at least had a whole body. Jiang Tian had killed dozens of elites of the Universe Shield. Oh my god. How is that possible? That's terrifying. I guess only the overlords of the Heavenly God Corporation can deal with him. Forgive us, Immortal Jiang. We surrender. The few Universe Shield members who were lucky enough to escape were so scared that they wet their pants. Their legs were so weak that they couldn't even move. They immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. This was the Universe Shield, the most powerful super overlord organization in the United States, and their last card was even more powerful than the Blue Storm. There were many overlords and immortal state warriors. And yet, dozens of them had been killed by Jiang Tian. That wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. It was as easy as an elephant stomping on ants. Didn't you want to challenge me? Now I'm giving you a chance. Jiang Tian smiled and said, Come on, fight with me. Why are you kneeling? I'm not a god. Master Kong, you're my idol. I heard that you're also a metal warrior. I, Gangshan, am also a metal warrior. The mighty and majestic steel mountain was now lying on the ground like a toad, shivering like a quail in the cold wind. He was trying to get close to Jiang Tian. Immortal Jiang, please don't kill me. I really admire you. He was crying and snot bubbles were coming out of his nose. He didn't look like an overlord at all. Immortal Jiang, we're nothing compared to you. Just treat us like farts and let us go. The fiery red armored warrior, who seemed to be Chinese, said such words. Before this, they were also super overlords who had dominated the world and killed without restraint. Outside the United States, they had always regarded human lives as nothing. Their hearts were hard and strong, and they were cold-blooded and ruthless. They were almost inhuman. They never knew what fear was, but now they finally had a taste of it. Now they all understood. The reason they were so fearless was that they had never met anyone who could threaten their lives. When faced with the threat of death, they would also feel fear and beg for mercy. They would even say things like they were nothing. Why are all of you so weak? Can't you fight with me? Jiang Tian shook his head in disappointment and sighed with a bleak expression. Being invincible is so lonely. It's lonely at the top. Master Kong, you're so cool when you're lonely. Han Qingli giggled beside him. Her clear eyes were full of admiration and infatuation. Chapter 8:13. What? Jiang Tian is so powerful? The executives of the Heavenly God Corporation exclaimed. He turned the super armor into scrap metal with one slap. An immortal state overlord was reduced to a pile of meat and blood. Their faces were pale in disbelief. They had participated in the research and testing of the super armor, so they knew how powerful it was. It could withstand thousands of degrees of heat and withstand a barrage of missiles, but Kong Teichu had shattered it with one slap. That's terrifying. Charlene's hands were shaking and her face was pale. But in the end, she shook her head and said firmly, "The universe shield only has the support of the heavenly gods, but it's still far from the real heavenly gods. I'm afraid it's going to die here." What? So many universe shields are dead? Almost all of them are dead. Meanwhile, in the temporary headquarters on the Statue of Liberty, General Keynes saw this through the electronic screen and his eyes were wide open. His hands were trembling violently. He was distressed and scared. His heart was bleeding. The universe shield had been built by the CIA and the Pentagon and had a history of almost 100 years. It had cost more than $50 billion, and generations of presidents, defense ministers and countless scientists had poured in countless efforts. But now, it had disappeared with one slap from Jiang Tian. He was so scared that his soul was about to leave his body. The strength that Jiang Tian displayed right now was definitely enough to destroy a city with a single palm strike. Within 10 minutes, he could destroy a small city. This is simply too terrifying. He can't even be killed by a bullet? He destroyed the universe shield with one slap. Kong Teichu's strength is comparable to a real god. The other generals of the Pentagon could not smile anymore. Their faces were filled with shock, fear, and panic. Their legs were shaking, as if they had seen a prehistoric devil that could devour the world. This can't be killed. Keynes, Jiang Jun, do we have any more powerful means? Little Morgan's body trembled violently. His heart turned cold as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. All the hair on his body stood on end. Keynes' face was solemn as if he was facing a great enemy, but he didn't say a word. Uncle Keynes, Uncle, you must have a trump card, right? Little Morgan was about to cry. He was so scared that he was about to cry. Kong Teichu was a ferocious and ruthless person. Just a few days ago, he had single-handedly slaughtered the entire Europe. What international tycoons, rich families, members of the royal family, Jiang Tian killed all of them with a single slash of his sword. He didn't waste a single breath. It could be said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. No matter how strong the Morgan family was, they were still a secular family. No matter how much money little Morgan had, he only had one head. How many times could Jiang Tian chop it off? Looks like it's time to use our final trump card. Keynes was indeed a veteran of the battlefield. After a short moment of panic, he quickly calmed down. A hint of viciousness flashed across his resolute face as he frowned and shouted, "Don't worry. That's a super-killing weapon blessed by the gods of the Heavenly Gods Corporation. We only have 3 of them." He waved his hand and ordered, "Fire the immortal slaughtering arrow. I hope the Heavenly Gods Corporation will show its tail this time. They're too cunning. Whether it's the Blue Storm or the Universe Shield, they're just small fries." Jiang Tian's vast divine sense was like raging waves crashing against the shore, pushing out in all directions. What weapon? But at this moment, he suddenly felt a wave of intense uneasiness. His divine sense was in pain. This was the fluctuation of divine sense caused by a huge flow of information or an unpredictable attack. In other words, at this moment, Jiang Tian's computer was like an overloaded CPU. It was overheating and couldn't run smoothly. Extremely dangerous. Jiang Tian focused his divine sense in one place. Sure enough, it quickly locked onto a long and narrow object. With a speed faster than the first universe, it silently attacked. The first universe speed was 7.9 kilometers per second. This speed was the maximum speed at which a spacecraft could travel around the Earth. It could allow a spacecraft to travel around the Earth at a uniform speed. The speed of sound was 340 meters per second. And the first universe speed was 20 times the speed of sound, surpassing any known weapon. This weapon was launched from the Statue of Liberty. It was only 20 kilometers away from Jiang Tian. In less than 3 seconds, it could reach Jiang Tian and hit Jiang Tian. In front of such a weapon, there was no need for a chemical explosion or nuclear fusion. A pure physical attack was enough to destroy everything. A pure physical attack. In fact, this was the battle strategy of many cultivation civilizations in the outer space. When the speed of a cold weapon reached the extreme, reaching several times the speed of the third universe, a weapon the size of a water droplet could cross an interstellar fleet. No matter what kind of metal was used to forge it, it couldn't withstand a single blow. An arrow with such speed was comparable to an attack from a heaven immortal. Its lethality was far greater than Situ Zhao's Qing Suo sword. But Jiang Tian wasn't shocked. Instead, he was happy. His surging battle intent instantly rose to the extreme. His high fighting spirit instantly bombarded to the highest state. In an instant, his 7th metal true essence boiled like the sea. From inside to outside, it emitted a dazzling golden light. The 7th metal divine body was fully displayed. It was crystal clear like a glass cup, dazzling divine radiance. Streams of golden blood surged in his body like a river. An incomparably vast power suddenly gathered on his fist. At this moment, the arrow was already in front of him. It was about 3 meters long. Although it was called an arrow, it was actually called a spear. Its shape was very simple. It was like a drop of mercury that had been stretched to the extreme. It was streamlined, the arrowhead was small, and the tail was slightly larger. The surface was extremely smooth and reflective. The entire New York City, the blue sky, and the white clouds were reflected into a gorgeous and smooth light pattern. It made this drop of mercury look so holy and beautiful. The shape of its liquid droplet was so lifelike that it made people feel that it was liquid. It was so beautiful that it wouldn't be out of place in an art gallery. It didn't look like a weapon. It was more like a modernist or surreal work of art. But it gave Jiang Tian an extremely dense, smooth, sharp, and cold feeling. Wherever it passed, it actually pulled out a white turbulence about 800 meters long. It was the ice crystal snowflakes formed by the extremely low temperature. Without using his divine sense, Jiang Tian was able to tell that this was definitely not made of any known metal in the world. Frost iron essence. Jiang Tian's divine sense swept over, and in an instant he was shocked. This was actually made of the extremely rare frost iron essence in outer space. Only golden core stage cultivators could refine it. If one looked at it with a magnifying glass 10 million times, they would find that the molecules of this weapon were arranged neatly like a guard of honor. The molecules seemed to be fixed. They didn't even vibrate on their own. This was also the reason why it was extremely cold, even close to absolute zero. With its density and sharpness, coupled with its current speed, it was no exaggeration to say that it could easily shoot through a steel plate 5 to 6 meters thick. Even a nuclear explosion couldn't change its internal structure or leave a scratch. Break! At this moment, Jiang Tian's fighting spirit rose to the extreme. His black hair fluttered like a waterfall. With a roar, he punched the air. His belt violently whipped the air, producing a popping sound. It was like an old farmer whipping a whip or a firecracker exploding. Boom! That area was hit into a vacuum state. Wherever the fist passed, the air burned. Countless air turbulences exploded in all directions, producing earth-shattering sonic booms that sounded like thunderclaps. Wherever the wind from the fist passed, a 1-meter-wide hole appeared on the ground. It quickly spread out to a distance of 3 kilometers. In the direction that Jiang Tian's fist was pointing at, huge rocks were sent flying into the air, houses collapsed, and the ground was shaking. 8 kilometers away, a fist-shaped hole with a radius of 20 meters was directly punched in a 10-story building. Then the whole building collapsed. Who knew how many people would die? Clang. A sound like a yellow bell rang. The sound spread out over 100 kilometers and covered the entire sky of the city. Jiang Tian's fist hit the arrowhead, and there was another earth-shattering explosion. With Jiang Tian as the center, a milky white air ripple, like a cloud ring, rippled and spread out from the intersection of Jiang Tian's fist and the arrowhead. In an instant, the cloud ring suddenly accelerated and violently pushed outwards, forming a destructive shockwave. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, several godly state experts who were hundreds of meters away were blasted away by the violent shockwave at this moment, with blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. If their cultivation base was a little weaker, their body, which could have torn apart a tank with bare hands, turned into crystal flesh and blood and exploded miserably. Han Qingli, who was wrapped in Jiang Tian's 7th metal true essence shield, was still thrown 10 meters away. When the smoke and dust dissipated, it was seen that Jiang Tian's fist was surrounded by golden true essence, and it was firmly holding the sharp arrowhead. But that immortal slaying arrow was still crazily shaking like a living thing, making a clanging sound, as if it was determined to pierce through Jiang Tian. There were also bright lightning dragons, which bared their fangs and brandished their claws and fangs, as if they wanted to rush forward and completely swallow Jiang Tian. After a full 5 seconds, the immortal slaying arrow let out a sorrowful cry, exhausted its energy, and fell to the ground. And Jiang Tian dispersed his golden true essence, and his jade-white fist was unharmed, not even leaving a white mark. How is this possible? In the temporary headquarters, many Pentagon generals were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground and shattered. A deep sense of fear, like an ice-cold viper, coiled around their entire bodies, causing their hair to stand on end and cold sweat to pour out like water. This is an attack that surpasses a nuclear weapon. This is the trump card of the Heavenly God Corporation. It can't hurt him. Kane's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes were crazily twitching. General Keynes, why is it like this? What should I do? I need to enter the military area to protect him. Little Morgan said with a sobbing tone. His legs were trembling, and he was about to cry out loud. He was filled with regret. Chapter 8:14. General Keynes, why did this happen? What should I do? I need to enter the military area for protection. Little Morgan said with a sobbing tone. His legs were trembling, and he was on the verge of crying out loud. He was filled with regret. He was about to go crazy. Previously, Keynes had repeatedly guaranteed that he would definitely be able to successfully kill Jiang Taichu. That was why he didn't hesitate to destroy the Morgan family's ancestral manor to create an illusion and help them kill Jiang Tian. But now, Kang Taichu couldn't even kill the immortal slaying arrow. He would definitely take revenge on him. The Morgan family would be finished. It was all over. He's found us. A general pointed at a black dot on the big screen and said in horror, "Retreat." Cairn's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He walked towards the helicopter with large strides and ordered loudly, "Get out of here. All Universe Shield warriors, stop Kang Tae-chu. Stop him at all costs. Contact the Minister of National Defense and the President. I want to use the right to use nuclear weapons." Jiang Tian's Immortal had already scanned the area. There was a strange-looking large crossbow on the crown of the Statue of Liberty. The crossbow was about 5 meters long. The base and the crossbow were connected as one. There were complicated engravings on it. They were obscure and mysterious, but they also contained a strange sense of beauty, as if they didn't belong to this world. On one side of the crossbow stood a man who was about 2 meters tall and had an abnormally large head. There were strange halos around his large head, as if a Buddha had descended. His eyes were much bigger than ordinary people's and took up a large proportion of his face. They were pitch black, as if they were all eyeballs without the sclera, like a deep black crystal. His skin was crystal clear and translucent, like solidified glue. Even the red and blue blood vessels under his skin were clearly visible. The superbrain human race. Jiang Tian's pupils shrank when he saw this. This was an influential race in the outer region of space, the superbrain human race. Some scientists had found that the brain of an ordinary human was only 10% developed. And this superbrain human race's brain was abnormally developed, reaching 80% or even higher. Their intelligence, calculation ability, spiritual power, and creativity were 5 times higher than ordinary people. The most terrifying thing was that their minds could directly connect, communicate, and superimpose, forming an even more powerful intelligence. Figuratively speaking, for ordinary humans, the use of the human brain was like the parallel connection of a battery. This was because a large amount of information would be lost during language communication, and it would also be distorted. Intelligence could not be simply added up. It was just like how the intelligence of 3 ordinary people added together was no match for Einstein. Their intelligence was like a battery that could be connected in series to increase the voltage. The computing ability formed by the addition of the 5 superbrains increased exponentially, and it could compare to the current supercomputers. What's more, they had creativity that computers didn't have. Because of this, their technological level was often very advanced. Due to the superdevelopment of their brain regions, their spiritual power was very strong. Their physique was also strengthened along with the strengthening of their brain regions. When they evolved to the extreme, they would gain mutant abilities that normal people could not imagine. They would then become a new human being, a superbody. No wonder America's technology is developing so quickly. No wonder they have such powerful mechs and immortal slaying arrows. It turns out that they have the help of the superbrain humans. They must be the so-called gods. A hint of understanding flashed through Jiang Tian's mind. I can't let this threat exist. These superbrains will either submit to me or be killed. There is no third choice for them. Jiang Tian's eyes turned cold as he made up his mind. He suddenly turned into a golden stream of light and shot toward the Statue of Liberty. Jiang Tian had just shot out 3 kilometers. Bush, bush. There were a few sharp sounds. 3 Universe Shield powerhouses wearing silver mechs stepped on blue flames and rose into the air to block his path. Their mechs were more powerful than the first and second generation super armors that the Sea Lady and the others had worn in Sidoni. They were even more powerful than the superpower armors that the Universe Shield powerhouses had worn in Morgan Manor. These armors were like flowing mercury, shining with a silver light and emitting an extremely cold aura. The armors were seamless, and there were even strange lenses that covered their eyes. They were holding shields, long swords, spears, and all kinds of weapons. They were all cold weapons. Their weapons and shields were very thin and light, but they gave people a feeling that they were indestructible. Around them, there was white fog, ice crystals, and snowflakes. The weapons and armors were close to absolute zero, and the cold air they emitted reduced the temperature of the area to below zero. Inferior frost iron elite, but it's still better than normal frost iron. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered as he thought of something. Kang Tae-chu, the 3 powerhouses of the Universe Shield, order you to stop. Submit immediately and stop your invasion. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. The three people's voices were like thunder, and they were filled with murderous intent. Their armors were bright, and they stepped on blue flames. Their bodies were as tall as mountains, and they looked majestic as if they had descended from the heavens. Get lost! Jiang Tian shouted angrily and threw out a punch. This punch was extremely fast. In an instant, it went from a standstill to 10 times the speed of sound. The acceleration had reached an unimaginable number. Even the most powerful missile couldn't achieve this, let alone a human. Clang. The person opposite him only had time to raise his shield. Jiang Tian's punch sent him flying a few hundred meters away. He penetrated a building like a human cannonball. He flew out of the building. A deep fist mark appeared on his shield, but it wasn't broken. However, blood was oozing out of his alloy gloves. His arm had exploded inside the armor and he was severely injured. Many generals in the Pentagon who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. How is that possible? They cried out in horror. Jiang Tian's punch had destroyed a powerhouse of the universe shield who was wearing an ultra-low temperature metal armor. It was unimaginable for them. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian had already made his second attack. For this punch, Jiang Tian used all the power of the first level of Foundation establishment. He did not hold back at all. Clang! A thunderous sound was heard dozens of miles away. The entire New York City was startled. What's going on? I think there's an explosion. Is it a terrorist attack? Many people exclaimed. They opened the curtains and looked in the direction of the sound. Jiang Tian's second punch landed on the chest armor of another powerhouse. Immediately, sparks flew and flames rose. Jiang Tian's punch actually caused the indestructible cold iron to burn and turn into a red liquid. The next moment, it shattered into pieces and exploded with a loud bang. Even the giant who had surpassed the divine realm turned into sparkling and translucent flesh rain, sprinkling down, and was instantly burned to ashes by the high temperature. In the headquarters of the Pentagon, the atmosphere was solemn and the lights were bright. Many soldiers with general stars on their shoulders stood straight. Minister Wright was in the middle of the command. This is an ultra-low temperature metal. Seeing this scene, the faces of many generals turned ashen. Even Minister Wright was frightened out of his wits. The frost metal, which they called the ultra-low temperature metal, was developed by the Celestial God Corporation and the United States military. They had spent $1 billion and only 3 sets were made. During the nuclear test, they could withstand the high pressure, high temperature, and strong radiation in the nuclear explosion zone and push a few kilometers in a few minutes. It was not an exaggeration to say that the ultra-low temperature armor could withstand nuclear weapons. But now, it had been destroyed by Jiang Tian's punch. This was too shocking. General Kane's requests to use nuclear weapons. At this moment, a general walked over and said in a low voice. Minister Wright frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he shook his head and said in a low voice, "No. We can't use any nuclear weapons except for neutron bombs. If there is a nuclear explosion in New York Bay, New York City will be affected. We won't be able to answer to the American people. But bullets won't help." The general wanted to say something but stopped. Everyone's face was gloomy. They felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. They couldn't say a word. If nuclear weapons couldn't be used, weapons like missiles and fighter jets would be useless against Kong Teichu. After some calculations, they found that his speed was 10 times faster than the speed of sound. There were only a few missiles that could shoot faster than this. Many Pentagon generals had experienced hundreds of battles, but they had never felt so troubled. This was a war between a country and a person, but it was unbelievable that they had to fight so hard. Clang! Above New York Bay, Jiang Tian threw another punch. In the blink of an eye, the body of the last titan of the universe shield was shattered and his armor was shattered. He didn't stop. Instead, he turned into a beam of golden light and shot toward the Statue of Liberty. Use cluster missiles to attack from the west to the east. Minister Wright looked at the battle map and said with a frown, He thought that even if Jiang Tian could destroy the missiles or the missiles missed, the losses would still be minimal. Following his order, boom, rumble, bush, 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 bush. Fighter jets of all types and functions flew out of the military bases and toward the east of New York City. But it seemed that it was already too late. Jiang Tian broke through the air at 10 times the speed of sound and reached the Statue of Liberty in 2 seconds. At the same time, the Superbrain Man was still loading the Immortal slaying cannon with Immortal slaying arrows. Superbrain Man. Submit or die. Choose one. Jiang Tian landed on top of the Statue of Liberty's crown and walked over unhurriedly, sneering. Kong Teichu, this world will belong to us Superbrain men in the end. You must die. But the Superbrain Man wasn't afraid at all. He even cracked a mocking smile. Jiang Tian was slightly startled. Jiang Tian scanned with his immortal will and his face changed drastically. He was shocked to find that a total of 6 immortal slaying arrows were shooting at him from all directions from 10 to 20 kilometers away. And their speed was much faster than the one he encountered in Morgan's Manor. It was almost the second speed in the universe. Chapter 8:15. What was the concept of the second cosmic speed? 11. 2 kilometers per second. Once they reached this speed, these immortal slaying arrows would be able to break free from the shackles of Earth's gravity and enter the orbit around the Sun, no longer moving within Earth's range. 20 kilometers gave Jiang Tian less than 2 seconds to react. This had already surpassed the reaction speed of any living creature. Bush, 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 bush. The 6 immortal slaying arrows were as fast as lightning and shot toward the crown of the Statue of Liberty in an instant. Blue lightning as thick as an arm burst out. The violent electromagnetic energy instantly intertwined into a blue sea of lightning and completely enveloped Jiang Tian. Kong Teichu is dead for sure this time. On the roof of the Empire State Building in Manhattan, New York, a superbrain in a black linen robe stroked the strangely shaped immortal slaying cannon as such a thought appeared in his mind. On the roof of the Bank of America building a few kilometers away, another superbrain sensed his thoughts within a second and nodded. A thought appeared in his mind. The second generation of immortal slaying almost reaches the speed of the second cosmic speed. Even if it only uses cold weapons, it can kill immortals and gods. Moreover, we even added the thunderstorm system. Their communication did not require the use of any communication devices, nor did they need to speak any language. Instead, they communicated directly with their mind power and could achieve the transmission of mind power within a few hundred kilometers without any damage. This was like divine sense voice transmission. However, the superbrain race was born and inherited. It was almost instinctive and did not require any cultivation. They communicated directly with their mind power and not through divine sense voice transmission. Therefore, there were no lies between their kind. When the thought appeared, the other party immediately sensed it and could not be faked. In the east of New York Bay, on a helicopter 50 kilometers away from them, another superbrain thought, Kong Teichu is dead for sure, but Jesse is also dead. However, I sensed that he was very gratified before he died. He was willing to sacrifice for the superbrain race. The superbrain race will eventually occupy the entire Earth. His sacrifice is something we will never forget. Kong Teichu is our #1 enemy in controlling this planet. From now on, no one in this world can stop us. In an instant, the thoughts of 5 to 6 superbrains intertwined in the air and became even stronger, forming a strange resonance. It was like a hymn, holy and sonorous, causing people to be moved to tears. But at this moment, suddenly, a superbrain cried out in surprise, "No, Jay saw a very strange scene before he died. It's a golden cocoon." Kong Teichu is not dead. Many superbrains sent their thoughts over. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise in their minds. To their astonishment, they sensed a huge golden cocoon floating in the sea of lightning. A pair of jade-white hands reached out from a broken cocoon. His hands were stained with dark red blood, but they seemed to be filled with power, as if they could tear the sky apart. Then, under the watchful eyes of the superbrains, Feng Qiu's expression changed. Jiang Tian separated his blood-stained hands and tore open a large hole. The next moment, Jiang Tian stepped out and absorbed the golden cocoon. The moment he sensed the 6th second-generation Immortal slaying arrows. Jiang Tian's consciousness moved and he activated his cultivation method. In his dantian, countless heptagold metal blocks vibrated at this moment, making a sound like metal and stone rubbing against each other. In an instant, all of them liquefied and vaporized. Suddenly, an incomparably vast and majestic true essence surged out of his dantian. Like a stormy sea, it surged toward Jiang Tian's limbs and bones. Clang. Indestructible golden body. In just an instant, Jiang Tian's entire body was filled with true essence. Like a diamond glass body, it emitted a dazzling golden light. Heptagold metal shield. In the next moment, golden true essence gushed out of the 48,000 pores all over his body, forming a golden light shield around Jiang Tian. It was like a cloud rising in the sky. 10,000 amulets. On the light shield, strange patterns intertwined. All kinds of runes, Dao patterns, and patterns quickly condensed, rising and falling as if they were made of gold. They were densely packed and spread out layer by layer, eventually forming an airtight golden cocoon. This cocoon was more than 3 meters long, like a giant golden egg, tightly wrapped Jiang Tian. In an instant, Jiang Tian used the heptagold metal true essence to condense the indestructible golden body, the heptagold metal true essence shield, and 10,000 amulets on it. A total of 3 divine powers supported him to resist the 6 immortal slaying arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The moment the 6 immortal slaying arrows were shot, the thunderstorm system was activated. Lightning surged violently and electromagnetic radiation surged. Then, the 6 immortal slaying arrows heavily hit the golden egg, with the lethality of nuclear weapons. Boom! With the tip of the arrow as the center, the golden egg sunk into a deep pit of different sizes and kept shaking. Many talismans cracked, and some even collapsed directly. But soon after, the remaining gung gold talismans shone brightly with golden light, forming a golden net that extended outwards. 4 immortal slaying arrows ran out of kinetic energy and fell to the ground like dead snakes. The other 2 pierced the talismans and the heptagold metal true essence shield and went inside. Clang. Jiang Tian threw out 2 punches, knocking away 2 of them. However, there were streaks of bloody marks on his fists, causing blood to gush out. Jiang Tian was a little annoyed. It was the first time he had been injured since he broke through to the Foundation establishment level. Although it was only a small injury, he couldn't accept it. His body was so strong that he could resist nuclear weapons and hit missiles with his bare hands. But he was attacked by the superbrains and injured by the immortal slaying arrows. It could even be said that if he hadn't broken through twice in a row in the sword tomb and was only at the 8th level of chi refinement, he might have died on the spot. Today, I'm going to kill the superbrains and make the United States bow to me. Jiang Tian's clothes were stained with blood. He pulled the golden cocoon open and stepped out. Jiang Tian's divine sense had already locked on the superbrain at the top of the Empire State Building. He stepped on the ground and patted the sky-devouring magic gourd at his waist. Boom! The entire Statue of Liberty shook crazily and made an earth-shattering sound. Shocking cracks appeared on the crown, and they continued to spread downwards. In the next moment, the entire crown and head collapsed. Then, the neck collapsed as well. In the end, the Statue of Liberty, which was more than 100 meters tall, collapsed like Mount Buzhou that was knocked down by Gonggong. Countless boulders smashed into New York Bay, forming monstrous waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas. At the same time, many of the immortal slaying arrows and launchers that were left behind flew into the air and were folded by space, entering Jiang Tian's sky-devouring magic gourd. It was a genuine frost iron elite. Just a little bit of it could be integrated into ordinary metals, and its hardness and stability would surpass that of titanium alloy and aerospace alloy. It could be used on the Kuelian. Why did the Statue of Liberty collapse? Oh my God! Yeah, There was a thunderous explosion just now. Could it be a terrorist attack? Countless tourists around were dumbfounded by the scene. They were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. The September 11th attacks brought endless fear and deep pain to the American people. Even now, they still had lingering fears when they thought about it. Now, seeing the entire Statue of Liberty collapse, they thought that there was another terrorist attack. They were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. They didn't associate it with a battle between powerful beings. After all, it was too unbelievable. Who could crush the Statue of Liberty with one step? However, Jiang Tian had already turned into a golden light and shot toward the Empire State Building at 10 times the speed of sound. I saw Superman. He can fly. In Bartley Park, a little girl suddenly exclaimed and dropped the ice cream in her hand. Marvel and DC Comics will turn you into an idiot. The hot mom next to her shook her head helplessly and looked up at the sky. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. A sharp golden light that was dozens of meters long pierced the blue sky and shot toward the distance. Could it be that everything in the comics is true? Is that Superman or Iron Man? At that moment, at least 10,000 people in New York City witnessed the shocking scene. A beam of incomparably bright and splendid golden light. It shot out from Liberty Island, pierced the blue sky, and flew toward New York City at an incredible speed. It must be a terrorist attack. Oh my God, the air raid sirens are ringing. Many Americans were scared out of their wits and ran away like rats. They saw fighter jets flying over the city. The loud roars were extremely clear and deafening. At that moment, it was finally time for the fighter jets to show off their skills. Swoosh, swoosh. Missiles with long tails streaked across the sky and shot toward Jiang Tian. Rattlesnakes, sparrows, strange snakes, and so on. Most of these air-to-air missiles were 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. The better ones were only 7 or 8 times. Jiang Tian was 10 times the speed of sound, so he could dodge in time. However, Jiang Tian knew that the superbrains were the trump card of the United States. They were also his biggest threat, so they were also his primary target. Therefore, he wouldn't waste his time on those fighter jets and missiles, let alone dodge them. He raised his right hand and pushed forward. Boom! A giant golden palm formed. It was 500 meters long and pushed forward like the giant palm of a god. Rumble! Countless missiles exploded in the air like huge fireworks. Black smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and shrapnel shot in all directions. Luckily, it was over New York Bay, which was still far away from the city. Otherwise, many skyscrapers would have been destroyed. How is that possible? Are we really facing Superman? Countless American pilots trembled with pale faces. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe what they had just seen. Hundreds of missiles had been destroyed by Kang Taechu. He was more terrifying than Magneto in the comics. Jiang Tian destroyed the missiles as easily as swatting a mosquito. He didn't stop and continued to charge toward New York City. Swords rise. At the same time, Jiang Tian patted the sky-devouring demon gourd on his waist. 9 flying swords tore through the air at an incredible speed, heading straight for the fighter jets. Chapter 8:16. Jiang Tian had 10 flying swords in total, including the 9 swords he got from the sword catacomb. After many days of refining, all of them had reached the level of spiritual treasure. But the 9 swords he got from the sword catacomb were mother-child swords. Their combined power was multiplied, and they were easier to use. And in the Battle of the Gulf of Tonkin, Qing'er's black iron shuttle was damaged. Jiang Tian gave Qing'er the black flying sword before he left Sidoni. As for the remaining 9 flying swords, Jiang Tian would refine them with his divine sense whenever he was free, and they were easier to use. The flying swords broke through 12 to 13 times the speed of sound as soon as they were launched. With a shrill scream, they shot toward the fighter jets like colorful lightning bolts. 10 times the speed of sound. The F-15 fighter jet's maximum speed was only Mach 2. 5. Compared to Jiang Tian's flying swords, it was as slow as a tortoise. Bang bang bang. Balls of fire exploded behind Jiang Tian like giant fireworks. The 9 flying swords pierced through 83 fighter jets in a range of more than 20 kilometers in 3 seconds. Then, the flying swords seemed to have intelligence. They chased after Jiang Tian from all directions. They streaked across the sky like rainbows and quickly fell into the sky-devouring magic gourd. This is indeed a conventional weapon. It's useless. This is the F-15, Lightning and Raptor. This is the legendary Wuxia flying sword, which was used by the ancient sword immortals. It's so terrifying. In the headquarters of the Pentagon, many generals were in a panic. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. If Jiang Tian entered the city of New York, he would not be able to use missiles or fighter jets, let alone nuclear weapons. After all, this was an international metropolis with a population of 10 million. The population was very dense. A missile would kill thousands of people. That would be the second 911. The point was that 911 could be blamed on outsiders, but it was the United States that started it. Who could blame it on? The president would be impeached, and everyone would be torn apart by the angry American people. At this moment, a general quickly walked over, his face pale and panicked. "Minister, this is bad. The Congress wants you to give a reasonable explanation. Is this a terrorist attack or a military operation? Since the beginning of the operation, more than 200 people have died, and all of them were caused by our attacks. It's an attack. We were only defending ourselves." The spokesperson will hold a press conference to calm the panic of the public and the media. Department head Wright's gaze was sharp, and his resolute face seemed to have been chiseled by a knife. The lines of his face were incomparably tough. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He was determined to kill Kang Tae-chu. He was a true hawk. They were staunch practitioners of liberal and democratic American values, staunch defenders of American interests, and incomparably loyal patriots. For the benefit of the United States, in order to eliminate the threat of Kang Tae-chu, he was not afraid of death. "Mr. President, have you asked if our operation has failed?" The general wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said in a trembling voice, "We didn't fail." Wright roared like a furious lion and said in a deep voice, "The superbrains have technology that we can't imagine. They won't fail so easily." "Oh no!" On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, the superbrain man's face turned pale as his eyes emitted rays of cold light. Mental energy shot out from his eyes like tentacles and intertwined in the air to form a blue net of mental energy. At that moment, his muscles shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body shriveled up in an instant, and he looked like a bag of bones. All the energy in his body was sucked dry and turned into mental energy. This mental energy was like blue glass, but it was extremely condensed, tough, and sharp. It was at least 100 times stronger than the professor's, and even 10 times stronger than the professor's father. It was so condensed that it could interfere with reality and cut metal. If a human tried to pass through it, their mind and consciousness would be annihilated in an instant, and their body would also be cut into pieces. Go to hell! A few hundred meters away, the purple lightning rings in Jiang Tian's eyes contracted, and the purple lightning eyes were activated. Two blazing purple lightning bolts flashed across the sky like two lightning dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Kaboom! The blue net of mental energy was electrocuted and turned into ashes. Then, it snaked toward the superbrain man. No! The moment the blue net of mental energy was annihilated, the superbrain screamed. His eyes flickered, dimmed for a moment, and became extremely bright for a moment. Then, he was completely engulfed by the sea of lightning and turned into ashes. "You're still far from being able to compete with me in terms of mental energy." Jiang Tian chuckled and patted the sky-devouring demonic gourd at his waist. The crossbow and many immortal-slaying arrows were activated. He chased after the other superbrain men again. Kang Tae-chu is a guest from a god-level civilization. Not only does his body surpass ours, but his mental energy might also surpass the superbrain men's. This is an unprecedented crisis for the superbrain race. Retreat. If you encounter Kang Tae-chu, get rid of your physical body and hide in a human body. Escape to the naval fleet on the sea. There are nuclear weapons there, and the sea also has the conditions to use nuclear weapons. Kang Taechu will be very cautious. After the superbrain on the roof of the Empire State Building died. Streams of mental energy reverberated in the sky above New York City. All the superbrains trembled in fear. Many thoughts pierced through the void and intertwined with each other. The superbrains quickly reached a consensus. Even in outer space, the superbrain race still relied on their mental energy, intelligence, and technology to win. Although their physique was strong, it was not their core competitiveness. It was just a natural result of the extreme development of their mental energy. Their evolution and development was not balanced. Now, they had encountered Jiang Tian, whose mental energy and physical body were stronger than theirs. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They threw away their weapons and fought to escape. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They stepped on the void and used their unique skills. Some of them used their super armor to penetrate the Eastern Sea. Jiang Tian's soul-devouring divine consciousness spread out and invaded their vast mental energy. He quickly chased after them. After all, these superbrain people were not as fast as Jiang Tian. Soon, Jiang Tian stopped one of them. This superbrain person was no longer human. He had evolved into a superbody and turned into a faint metal particle. Golden light kept coming out of his feet as he dashed toward the east at 8 times the speed of sound. Kang Taechu, you can't kill me. The superbrain forced itself to stop and manifested its body. His deep black eyes shone with a sharp light, and he spoke for the first time. It was the human language, but his voice was hoarse and dry. They did not need to communicate with each other. They communicated with their mental energy. To give orders to ordinary humans, they had to sign documents, send emails, and so on. They rarely spoke, and as time passed, their vocal cords degenerated. Submit to me and I won't kill you. Otherwise die. Jiang Tian's eyes were cold and merciless. Before he completely dominated this planet, he would not allow anyone who could threaten him to exist. In your dreams, the superbrain person snorted. Boom. A mental energy as sharp as a blade shot out from his forehead and went toward Jiang Tian's head. It seemed that every superbrain had a different mental energy. The one before was as blue as the sea and as transparent as glass. But this superbrain's mental energy was metal and seemed to be able to control metal. Who gave you the confidence to compete with me in mental energy? Jiang Tian smiled proudly and used the soul-devouring divine consciousness. After he refined it many times, the soul-devouring divine consciousness had completely merged with his main body's divine consciousness. It was fiercer and more condensed than before. It was 10 times stronger than before. The soul-devouring divine consciousness was like a ball of black glue. It turned into a demon the size of a millstone. It opened its mouth and showed its cold fangs that were as long as swords. It bit forward. Crack. The soul-devouring divine consciousness blade was bitten by the soul-devouring divine consciousness blade. It continued to devour and merge, making the soul-devouring divine consciousness blade stronger. I'm no match for you. I submit. The superbrain person started to scream. He held his head and rolled in the sky, almost falling. Democracy! Gao Deng, you must resist to the end and create a chance for us to escape. Glory! Gao Deng, you must continue to fight. For the superbrain people, for the sake of controlling the world, you are willing to die. The superbrain people will win the final victory. Surging mental energy surged into the superbrain person named Gao Deng's mind. The fear in his eyes immediately and unwillingly faded away. Kang Taechu, you must die. Within 3 seconds he leaped up, his battle intent surging, rising steadily like a dragon. Sharp metal light shot out of his head. Using his body as an arrow, he shot toward Jiang Tian without caring about his own safety. This was a characteristic of the superbrain race. The close connection between the race's mental energy meant that the individual consciousness would always submit to the collective consciousness. Just now, the remaining 7 superbrains had unanimously decided to let Gao Deng and Jiang Tian fight to the end. Gao Deng's own consciousness was immediately suppressed, and his body was occupied by the consciousness of the other 7 superbrains. Do we have to kill all of them? Jiang Tian sighed helplessly. The soul-devouring divine consciousness instantly wrapped around Gao Deng like sticky black glue. Gao Deng screamed in pain, wishing he was dead. This was the pain of his soul. He struggled with all his might in the black gel, and his mental strength darted out randomly, like a python twisting madly in the black gel. But no matter what, he could not break free. Even his mental energy was about to be swallowed and crushed. The soul-devouring divine consciousness was too powerful. It was a heaven-defying object. It was almost immortal and indestructible. It devoured everything. Back then, even Jiang Tian had to create an illusion to defeat Nieming Yuan. He had used the experience of 10,000 years of cultivation, not pure strength. It hurt so much. What kind of mental attack is this? It's so terrifying. My soul is about to be destroyed. The superbrain people's mental energy was connected to each other like an invisible spider web. At this moment, the other 7 superbrain people felt the same way. They could sense the soul-piercing pain coming from Gao Deng, and they all began to scream. It hurts. It hurts. They screamed at the top of their lungs and staggered like seagulls in a hurricane. They were utterly defeated, and their flight path was instantly distorted. Chapter 8:17. The superbrain's spirit power was about to collapse. Their huge heads seemed to explode in the next moment. If you don't submit, all of you will die. Their spirits felt an indomitable demonic shadow. It was like a Himalayan mountain, and they were ants at the foot of the mountain. This soul-devouring demonic shadow had 9 heads. It was covered in armor, and there were horns flashing with lightning on its head. It was filled with a tragic, desperate, cold, and dead aura. It was as if a demon god had walked out of hell, swallowing the sky and the earth, wanting to crush their souls. The superbrain's spirit was very sharp. However, it was precisely this sharpness that made Jiang Tian's soul-devouring invasion 10 times more effective than usual. Superbrain is a high-level life form. You ant. A superbrain bared his teeth and shouted. The black soul-devouring soul wrapped around Gauden split out a tentacle and stretched across the sky. It snaked out and instantly crossed a distance of thousands of meters, directly wrapping around him and swallowing him, forming a black jelly-like ball again. At this moment, the soul-devouring soul had already split into 2. One wrapped around Gauden, and the other wrapped around the so-called high-level life form. Gao Deng's 2 superbrain people's huge heads trembled violently, expanding and contracting non-stop. Then they exploded with a bang. Abundant brain matter and skulls flew in all directions, spraying everywhere. The 2 of them died an unnatural death. However, Gauden and the others seemed to have deliberately self-destructed. The violent spirit power actually bombarded the many soul-devouring souls until they scattered in all directions. Taking advantage of this gap, the other 6 superbrain people broke through the air again. They pulled out white air turbulence and traveled several kilometers in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of New York Bay and flew toward the Atlantic Ocean. The superbrains want to lure Kong Teichu to the nuclear release area of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. Kong Teichu only needs to advance 50 kilometers to the east and enter the area where nuclear bombs can be released. Kong Teichu killed Gauden and another superbrain, but he stopped and seemed to be hesitating. At this moment, all the high-ranking officials in the Pentagon became nervous. Their expressions were solemn as they stared at a small red dot on the holographic projection in the middle of the table. This kind of 3D holographic projection was very advanced. It could be enlarged, reduced, and the angle could be adjusted at will. The entire New York City was like a miniature landscape that could be seen at a glance. 10 kilometers away from New York Harbor, at an altitude of 2,000 meters, there was a small red dot floating. It represented Jiang Tian. He's heading east again. 10 kilometers in 1 second. Following a general's exclamation, everyone saw the little red dot rapidly heading east again. Over there, The dozens of aircraft carriers and battleships of the Atlantic Fleet had already entered Level 1 combat readiness. All kinds of weapons, including nuclear weapons, were activated and ready to be fired. They laid down a shocking killing trap, waiting for Jiang Tian to walk right into it. Good, that's great. Head Right's eyes were as sinister as a wolf's. He was so excited that his hands were trembling slightly. A crazy smile appeared on his face. The Atlantic Fleet is equipped with 100 shipborne nuclear weapons. Together with the land nuclear weapons on the east coast of America, it's more than enough to turn Kong Teichu into dust. Success! We did it! A trace of ecstasy appeared on the faces of the others as they waved their fists heavily. If this operation was successful, it would go down in history. As the commander-in-chief, Head Right and everyone who participated in the battle would also go down in history. Jiang Tian wasn't a normal human being, he might even be an alien. This was a battle between mankind and an alien civilization. They had basically killed a powerful alien race. Kong Teichu underestimated the enemy. He didn't even know that the Atlantic Fleet was equipped with nuclear weapons. An officer said with disdain, "That was close." An officer heaved a sigh of relief and said, "He was able to withstand the neutron bomb, annihilate the entire universe shield and shoot down many fighter jets. He's extremely powerful and far more powerful than the immortal state warriors we've killed." The officer's eyes were as sharp as knives as he said coldly, "But he's no match for nuclear weapons. The superbrains sacrificed a lot too." A vice admiral said with a gloomy face, "But it's worth it to kill Kong Teichu. 30 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers. An information officer spat out the numbers. That was the distance between Jiang Tian and the Atlantic Fleet. During this time, many superbrains died at the hands of Jiang Tian. Every time a superbrain died, there would be an earth-shattering explosion. In the end, only 2 superbrains managed to escape. A half-dead superbrain gave up on luring the enemy in and flew back to New York. It seemed like it wanted to hide. The other superbrain passed through the nuclear explosion zone and entered the Atlantic Fleet. At this moment, the information officer shouted excitedly, "Sir, Kong Teichu has entered the nuclear zone. He's 1 kilometer away from the center of the nuclear zone. He can use nuclear weapons. 500 meters. This is the best time to use nuclear weapons. Please give us your orders." "We've received the president's permission to use nuclear weapons." Chief Wright straightened his body and said in a deep voice, looking as majestic as a mountain, "Head Right, please give us your orders. Head Right, give us your orders." Many officers stood straight like swords. Their expressions were solemn, and their eyes were burning with anticipation. They saluted Department Head Right together. Head Right's expression was grave and solemn as he returned the salute. Then he waved his hand and said, "Now, I announce that the Atlantic Fleet and the East Coast Nuclear Weapons Zone will use nuclear weapons at all costs. Wait a minute, everyone. Don't be impatient." Right at this moment, amidst the silence, a gloomy voice abruptly sounded out, causing everyone to be shocked to the point of being abruptly stunned. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, a black smoke drifted out from Wright's body. The black smoke swirled and transformed into the shape of a basketball-sized demon head. It was very condensed and looked like black glue. The demon had only one eye and long hair. It had a wide mouth and sharp fangs. It looked extremely ugly and ferocious. It looked extremely scary. As soon as the demon appeared, a gust of cold wind blew the documents and papers around. The temperature dropped and everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "What's that? Oh my God! Is that a demon? Is that a ghost?" Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Their faces turned ghastly pale as they staggered back and screamed desperately. "What demon? I don't believe it. I'll kill it." A commander took out his gun and fired at the demon. The bullets went through the demon and left many holes. However, the holes immediately closed up and returned to normal. Click. The sound of the firing pin hitting the barrel of the gun rang out. The general had already emptied the bullets in the pistol. "What are you?" Head Right's forehead was covered with sweat and his face was pale. He forced himself to calm down and shouted, The demon smiled and said coldly, "Head right, everyone, whoever gives the order to use nuclear weapons will die." With this low shout, Izichen shouted. All kinds of magic power, violent power, and ferocious auras surged out violently. Suddenly, the entire command center was filled with eerie wind. Tables and chairs were broken and the walls cracked. There were even electric currents. The surrounding fluorescent lights flickered. The computer screens flickered for a while and then turned black. What is this? It's so scary. Everyone felt cold and their scalps were numb. You don't believe me? The soul-devouring demon grinned. Suddenly, a black devil appeared in the head of the general who had pulled out the spear, as if it was about to rush out. The commander who took out the gun held his head and screamed. He fell to the ground and rolled on the ground like a mouse on a metal plate. In the end, his head exploded and his brains splattered everywhere. The mass of black smoke floated out and converged with the demon from before. You can control our life and death? What are you? Head right shouted angrily. But at this moment he felt uneasy. Head right, I'm Kong Teichu's avatar, the spokesperson. This is a spell. You can understand it however you want, but as long as I, Kong Teichu, want you to die even if you are thousands of miles away. The devil bared his teeth and grinned sinisterly. How is this possible? Everyone was in disbelief. Everything in front of them was beyond their understanding. You still don't believe me? Then I'll kill Rockefeller again. In order to avoid me, he ran to the west coast of the United States for a vacation. It's at least a few thousand miles away from here, right? The demon's eyes were full of disdain and pride. Head right immediately ordered one of the commanders to call the Rockefeller family. But at this moment, Head right's assistant's phone suddenly rang. After answering, Rockefeller's panicked voice came out. My father's head suddenly exploded. It seems to be a terrorist attack. I request military protection. This must be Kong Teichu's doing. I request military protection. Clatter. The assistant's body trembled and the phone slipped to the ground. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. His face was as pale as paper and his legs were as soft as noodles. He couldn't even stand steadily. Kong Teichu is outside New York Bay. How could he be at the West Coast? What the demon said is true. Many of the commanders couldn't believe it. As if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their faces were pale and they were trembling in fear. They had never felt that death was so close to them, as if the sharp and cold scythe of the Grim Reaper was on their necks. Everyone had goosebumps all over their bodies. Their scalps were numb and they were as stiff as clay sculptures. On the first day I came to the United States, I cast a soul-devouring spell on all of you. The demon's eyes were full of disdain as if he was a demon. From the president to the cabinet, to the speaker of the Senate, to the chief justice of the court, and the leaders of the major corporations, there are thousands of you. In other words, your lives are completely in my hands. Now, do you still want to kill me? Bush, bush, bush. Black demons floated out of everyone's heads one after another. They were extremely ugly and terrifying, as if they were made of black glue. They kept changing their shapes. Over 100 demons were floating around the office, flying up and down, letting out strange laughter or roaring thunderously. The scene was like a group of demons dancing and ghosts running amok. It was so frightening that people's scalps were numb and their hearts almost exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be such a terrifying thing in their heads? The next moment, the leading demon's voice was a little mocking. Maybe you still don't believe it. Then, I'll kill your President Bush for you to see? Chapter 8:18. No, Master Kong. Minister Wright waved his hand and screamed. His voice was dry and hoarse, and he was almost on the verge of tears. If the President of the United States of America suddenly died, the entire United States of America would descend into chaos. Who knew if the European Union, Russia, and Wuxia, who were competing with the United States, would suddenly send troops? Oh, not fighting anymore? The soul-devouring devil grinned and asked with a smile. No, not anymore. Minister Wright was the most hawkish military officer in the United States of America, the head of the Pentagon, and the leader of 1.4 million American soldiers. He finally opened his mouth and bowed his head to Jiang Tian. The Department of Defense of the Pentagon of the United States of America requests Master Kong to end the war. At this instant, his eyes were filled with sorrow, dejection, and despair. It was as if all his essence, energy, and spirit had been sucked out in an instant. His face was pale, his waist was bent, and his head of white hair trembled slightly. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He knew that the United States of America would have to live under Jiang Taichu's shadow, suffer the fear of being dominated by Jiang Taichu, and never be able to rise again. And meanwhile, the dark world was in an uproar. The entire Darknet forum was almost bursting with the swarm of experts. New York City on the east coast of the United States of America has experienced an upheaval. The Statue of Liberty has collapsed, dozens of supersonic fighter jets have crashed, and an earth-shattering explosion has occurred. It has lasted for an hour. Such information was first posted on the internet. There were photos, short videos, and even interviews with some witnesses on the street. It was a summary post with many photos and short videos collected from the internet. The poster speculated that the overlords of the dark world had invaded the United States of America and asked for people's opinions. However, it didn't attract much attention and the post soon disappeared. Maybe it's a military exercise. Who dares to provoke the United States of America? Have you forgotten the war of the immortal state warriors in the 50s and 60s? Someone complained angrily. At that time, the United States hunted down super experts all over the world. Heads rolled and blood flowed like rivers. At least 30 immortal state warriors died. After that, it fell into silence for more than half a century, until the rise of Kong Taichu. Yeah, don't play to the gallery, okay? These videos must be fake. Let's use computer special effects. An expert smiled casually and said, "Don't worry. The United States is very domineering. It's the #1 country in the world, very domineering. They dare to use weapons of mass destruction against the dark race, even nuclear bombs." Back then, the Soviet Union was disintegrated because of the arms race they initiated. No matter how powerful the Holy See was, they were still ordered by the United States to seal themselves off and not interfere with the secular world. When the Covenant of Darkness sees the United States, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. But at this time, someone released a video claiming that it was most likely Kong Taichu's doing. Kong Taichu has set foot in the United States to hunt down the supporters of the Covenant of Darkness. 5 days ago, he led the Wuxia Long formation and killed more than 30 people at the Rockefeller Building. The 30 people were from 2 old families in Wuxia. They were all killed by Kong Taichu on the spot. It was said that General Keynes of the Pentagon was there, but he didn't stop it. Instead, he gave it the right to kill. Although the video was quite far away from Jiang Tian, it could still be seen that it was Jiang Tian's standard attire. He wore a plain long robe, had long black hair, and was very handsome, but also very domineering. More importantly, many of the conversations were about Kong Taichu hunting down the remaining members of the Covenant of Darkness in the United States. Hera also appeared and claimed that Kong Taichu had started the war because Kong Taichu did go to the United States after leaving Europe. She asked people to collect more videos as soon as possible. This caused everyone's eyeballs to pop out. Is Kong Taichu crazy? How dare he set foot in the United States? That's a forbidden area for the Dark Overlords. Hell, the United States will never let him go. They might even use nuclear weapons. He's dead for sure. The dark race experts who were paying attention to this news immediately shook their heads. They didn't think highly of Jiang Tian. They felt that Jiang Tian was courting death. Jiang Tian had provoked many superpowers in the world. He had defeated the 28th Japanese Army and Air Force, defeated the French Army, and suppressed the European Union. But the United States was different. It was the most powerful country in the world and had the most powerful army in the world. It had countless nuclear weapons and all kinds of advanced technology. It could suppress all the superpowers in the world. Did Kong Taichu really start a war with the United States today? Yeah, If it was a military exercise, they wouldn't have destroyed the fighter jets. They even destroyed the Statue of Liberty. The United States military is really bold. However, the post that had been ignored by everyone before was dug up and its popularity increased. Gradually, more pictures and videos were added, and the context was gradually clarified. First of all, there was an earth-shattering explosion in Morgan Manor. According to the live video, it should be a neutron bomb explosion. Many people on the forum were half-weapons experts. When they saw the videos on the internet, they immediately deduced the weapons used and even estimated the yield. Neutron bomb? That's also a super-lethal nuclear weapon. Can Kong Taechu withstand it? The United States of America is indeed ruthless. They used a killing move as soon as they attacked. Everyone's face was solemn and they were shocked. Can Kong Taechu withstand it? That's a nuclear weapon. Someone exclaimed. I'm afraid he has been smashed into pieces. That's a neutron bomb. Someone said with certainty. Kong Taechu withstood it. But then, many overlords of the universe shield rushed into the manor and clashed with Kong Taechu. Someone immediately posted the information he had found on the dark web forum. Everyone's nerves were immediately stretched taut. He can't even be killed by a bullet. Is he still human? Is this the power of an immortal state warrior? He can withstand a nuclear weapon. This is incredible. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nuclear weapon. It was the most lethal weapon in the world. It could kill gods and immortals, the ultimate weapon of mass destruction. However, Kong Taechu was able to withstand it. The universe shield has been born. More overlords noticed the news and their faces became serious as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What is the universe shield? The Blade Emperor, a famous tycoon in the dark world, asked. The universe shield was too mysterious. Even the Blade Emperor, an overlord who had been in the dark world for many years, didn't know about it. I heard that the universe shield wasn't built to deal with the overlords on Earth. It was part of the Star Wars plan. It's designed to deal with extraterrestrial civilizations and aliens. It has a lot of incredible technology. In the end, only Hera and a few others knew about it. They had a close relationship with the military and could get some top-secret information. It's designed to deal with extraterrestrial civilizations? How powerful is that? As soon as these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, Hera and the others dug out a lot of information about the universe shield. The Pentagon and the Langley Building have jointly invested tens of billions of dollars. Stanford University, Bell Labs, Boeing and Deity Biomedicals are providing technical support. They are collecting mutants all over the world and using genetic technology and other high-tech means, they can mass-produce immortal state warriors. The four giants of the universe shield, including the Blue Witch, have the combat power beyond the immortal state. Once equipped with advanced weapons such as super armor, electromagnetic cannons, electromagnetic guns, and ultra-low temperature cold metal weapons, they can rival a mortal deity or even a higher level of combat power. When everyone saw this news, their hearts were shaken. The United States of America's technological level was the best in the world. Russia, for example, had only excavated and used the wolf's genes to create the Winter Soldier organization, which had already won a place in the world. However, the United States of America's technological level was much more advanced than theirs. The United States of America was far more advanced than the European Union and Russia in the field of development and utilization of superpowers. The most important thing is that the people behind the Deity Biomedicals, also known as the Deity Corporation, are called Superbrain Human. They have a lot of unknown technology that is beyond modern technology. Hera said faintly. It is said that the second generation of super armor was developed by them. It can withstand a salvo of missiles and is not afraid of small nuclear weapons. It is indestructible and indestructible. What? This is too heaven-defying. When everyone heard this, they only felt that it was like a fantasy story. We didn't know about this at all. Pulsatilla, the demon hunter, exclaimed. He had been in the business for a long time and was very influential in the world, but he knew nothing about these secrets. The United States of America is too powerful. They have millions of soldiers, various weapons of mass destruction, and Blue Storm, which is enough to intimidate the immortal state warriors. At this moment, a complicated smile appeared at the corner of Hera's mouth. As for the universe shield, it wasn't prepared for the overlords on Earth. Maybe even the Holy See, the Dark Parliament, and the Earth-level deity Sacred King are not worthy of their attention. How could they have leaked the information? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into dead silence. Everyone's hearts were filled with sorrow. Yes, the meaning of Hera's words was obvious. Although they were called overlords, they didn't even dare to provoke the United States Army and Blue Storm, so how could they attract the attention of the universe shield? The universe shield was too powerful and invincible. It was never prepared for the overlords on Earth. So, even the universe shield and the super low-temperature metal couldn't kill Kang Taechu? Suddenly, someone came back to his senses and exclaimed, "That's right. After the universe shield landed on Morgan Manor, Kang Taechu went out again, stomping on the Statue of Liberty and shooting down many fighter jets. Extra, extra. Big Blade Bro risked his life to take this photo. The biggest handprint in history has appeared. Kang Taechu killed the universe shield with one slap." Then, a few photos were posted on the internet. The person who posted it was Kang Taechu's loyal fan, Big Blade Bro. It turned out that Zhang Shisan was a guest of the Han Daoist family in Yanjin, and he had come to New York to protect Han Qingli. He followed Jiang Tian and Han Qingli to the vicinity of the Morgan Manor. He saw with his own eyes that Jiang Tian took the neutron bomb and smashed the universe shield. Then, he went to save Han Qingli and took some photos. Chapter 8:19. One of the photos was taken from a high-rise building far away from Morgan Manor. A giant red handprint that was 300 meters long and a dozen meters deep could be seen clearly. It covered the entire Morgan Manor. Countless bodies were piled on top of each other in the handprint. Pieces of armor and broken limbs were scattered all over the place. The scene was a mess. Blood and flesh were all over the place, which made people's hair stand on end. In the sky, military planes were taking off and landing. Many military armored vehicles and ambulances were parked next to them. Many American soldiers and medical personnel were cleaning up the corpses and cleaning up the battlefield with grave expressions on their faces. Is this for real? Kang Taechu killed dozens of members of the Universe Shield with one slap? Almost all members of the Universe Shield were annihilated. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. How can it be fake? Big Saber Bro went to the scene and risked his life to take pictures. Big Saber Bro quickly replied, and his tone was filled with joy and excitement. Kang Taechu killed all members of the Universe Shield except for a few giants. After killing all of them, he went to the Statue of Liberty. There seemed to be a superpower weapon shot out from there. It was so fast. It should be the stronghold of the Superbrain Man. On the way, he encountered the other 3 of the 4 giants of the Universe Shield, and they were all killed by him with one punch. Then he killed a few more Superbrain men and shot down a lot of fighter jets. Now he's going to the Atlantic Ocean. I think he's going to the Atlantic Fleet. Oh my God, that's the Atlantic Fleet we're talking about. My broadsword is thirsty again. I'm going to risk my life and continue to take photos. Everyone, wait for my follow-up post. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into dead silence. Neutron bombs, all members of the Universe Shield, dozens of fighter jets, and the Superbrain men that were as powerful as heavenly gods. These forces were enough to compete with the Holy See, but they were all killed by Kang Taechu. Many overlords on the forum were shocked. Was Kang Taechu a human or a god? If even nuclear weapons can't kill Kang Taechu, then this time, he's really invincible. Hera's beautiful eyes flickered as she sighed faintly. Not only was the dark world in an uproar, the superpowers around the world also received the news immediately. They were all dumbfounded and dizzy. Naturally, the most nervous people were the Huaxiaolong formation, Chao Shixiang, and a few other important members. Zhang Tian, are you stupid? How can you let him stay in the US alone? It's so dangerous. When Chao Shixiang heard that Jiang Tian was stranded in the United States, he was so angry that he slammed the table and shouted, "The United States of America will never suffer a loss. They will definitely retaliate 10 times, 100 times." Grandpa Sheng had deep feelings for Jiang Tian. When the Gathering of Darkness invaded Wuxia, it was Tianqing School that rushed to the rescue and turned the tide, defeating the Gathering of Darkness. Otherwise, who knew how much damage it would cause? Even though Jiang Tian had moved to Sidoni, he had always been close to Wuxia. The Medicine King Group had always sold their products at cost price in China, and they did not earn a single cent. The Jiang family's charity fund had been used to support the veterans of Wuxia and the needy children. It could be said that Jiang Tian had never forgotten that he was a descendant of the Yellow Emperor and grew up drinking the water of the Yangtze River. "Elder Chao, he is my teacher, not my disciple. How can I influence his decision?" Yi Zhantian had a helpless look on his face. "It's not like you don't know his temper. Do you think I can persuade him?" "Grandpa, what should we do?" Chao Jianjia was very anxious. Her eyes were red as she said, "Jiang Tian killed the Lu family and the Song family this time. He has made a great contribution to the martial arts world and Wuxia. We can't just sit back and watch." "What can we do?" Chao Shixiang said angrily. "Jiang Tian is no longer a citizen of Wuxia. He has joined Sidoni a long time ago. How can Wuxia intervene? He has chosen a path full of thorns and difficulties. He doesn't want to cause trouble for the country." He looked up at the sky and sighed. His hands were trembling, his eyes were hot, and his nose was sour. Tears almost fell down. He really didn't want to see Jiang Tian fall in the United States. But then, a senior staff officer walked over and said with a complicated expression, "Elder Chao, Minister Wright of the United States Department of Defense, is on the phone." "What? Minister Wright is calling in person?" Elder Chao was surprised. Elder Chao's ranking in the military was still some distance away from the number one. His position was actually the same as Kane's in the Pentagon. He was in charge of special operations. Logically speaking, the other party couldn't have asked to talk to him directly because they were not on the same level. Master Kong must have died. Chao Jianjia burst into tears. "Wright is here to show off. He wants us to collect the body." Yi Zhantian's face turned pale. Red Sparrow and the other girls were in a long formation. Their eyes were red. Black Tortoise didn't say a word. He clenched his fists and walked toward the door. "Where are you going?" Yi Zhantian shouted. "I'm going to twist Wright's head off and avenge Master Kong." Black Tortoise gritted his teeth and roared like a tiger. The moment he turned around, this tough man's face was full of tears. In his eyes, Grandmaster Jiang was his idol. At this moment he couldn't accept it. He gnashed his teeth in hatred. "Wait until I finish the call." Chao Shixiang tried to stay calm. He picked up the phone and spoke in a low voice. "Hello, Minister Wright. I'm Chao Shixiang from the Supreme Staff Officer. Mr. Chao, the United States of America is fighting with Mr. Kong Taichu in New York. Now, the United States of America is requesting an end to the war, but we can't reach Kong Taichu. Please mediate." Minister Wright's voice came through the phone. It was bitter and pleading. "What? The Pentagon is requesting an end to the war?" Chao Shixiang's face was full of shock. His eyes were wide open. "Husha, Grandmaster Jiang still has the advantage." Everyone was shocked, not daring to believe this. "What? Kong Taichu caused havoc in New York, shot down 33 American fighter jets, and destroyed the universe shield?" When the United States of America requested an end to the war, the Joint Conference of the European Union was activated immediately. Kong Taichu is too powerful. How dare he challenge the United States of America's military and secret forces? The director of the British MI6 exclaimed in disbelief. "See? This is Kong Taichu's power." An official from the Dove faction said in hindsight, "It was a huge mistake for us to support the Gathering of Darkness. Do you see it now? Even if the United States of America dares to offend Kong Taichu, it will be very troublesome." Jung wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, trembling, Fortunately, we didn't stop him when he was killing the EU's dignitaries. Otherwise, the EU would be in a miserable state. However, it is also a good thing that the United States of America and Kang Taechu are fighting. A general rejoiced in their misfortune and said, "No matter who wins or loses, it's to our advantage." He even dares to attack the United States of America. Even the United States of America is begging for an end to the war. This Kang Taechu is too scary. When they heard that the United States of America had surrendered, the Japanese Prime Minister and cabinet members were also shocked. They could not believe it and were trembling with fear. In the international community, Japan had always been the United States' lackey. They followed the United States of America's lead and treated it as their big brother. The United States of America even had troops stationed in Japan. In their hearts, the United States of America was unshakable. Now, Kang Taechu had gained the upper hand. They were terrified. From now on, it seems that we have to follow the European Union's footsteps and formulate some policies that are beneficial to Sidoni. The Prime Minister wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with a trembling handkerchief, but it could not wipe it clean. Change the Hanfang medicine in Japan to traditional Chinese medicine immediately. Admit that Hanfang medicine is the source of traditional Chinese medicine, and admit that the Wuxia people are the ancestors of the Japanese people. A cabinet member, the head of the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare, immediately stood up and suggested loudly, "Change the teaching materials and admit the crimes committed against China during World War II. Tear down the National Shrine and smash the statues of the Japanese war criminals during World War II. We have to go to the Jinling Massacre Memorial immediately and kowtow to apologize. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has to go, the Prime Minister has to go too. That is Kang Taechu's hometown." An official from the Ministry of Culture and Science said excitedly, "Build a memorial at the place where Kang Taechu defeated the 28th Japanese Mixed Brigade. Build a memorial at Mount Fuji." Another cabinet member said with a trembling voice, "Preserve Ishii Yurin's residence as a historical site. Build a bronze statue of Kang Taechu next to the Tokyo Tower." The Japanese had always worshipped the strong and bullied the weak. In their hearts, Kang Taechu and Sidoni were existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the United States of America. Other than kneeling and begging for mercy, what else could they do? In Russia, Red Square, Kremlin. Listening to the report of the United States of America, the Russian emperor's face was gloomy. His tightly pursed lips twitched slightly. Many generals around him had a solemn expression as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The atmosphere in the conference room was very heavy. Ever since the news that Xianxia might have died at the hands of Kang Taechu in the sword tomb spread, he was extremely furious. Kang Taechu dared to kill his woman, Xianxia, and many of his close comrades. Moreover, the Wolf King Alexander also left the Winter Soldiers and joined Kang Taechu. This was an affront to his supreme dignity and also a provocation to the dignity of Russia. One had to know that Putin the Great was the only person on this planet who dared to challenge the United States of America. Kang Taechu's move was tantamount to pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. He allocated a large amount of funds to the KGB, Alpha, Winter Soldiers, and other special forces. Putin held back his anger. He swore that he would kill Kang Taechu at all costs. But now, after the intelligence officer finished reporting, the commander of the Northern Army smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid we underestimated Kang Taechu's ability." Many generals, including the head of the KGB and the current person in charge of the Winter Soldiers, were silent and did not dare to say a word. Chapter 8:20. The news was too shocking. Kang Taechu had taken a neutron bomb head-on in New York, smashed dozens of immortal state warriors in the universe shield, destroyed 33 supersonic fighter jets, killed the superbrains of deity biomedicals, and displayed strength comparable to that of a deity. In the end, he even made Minister Wright of the Pentagon bow his head. "I'm afraid that our Winter Soldiers, KGB, and Alpha are no match for Kang Taechu even if they develop for another 100 years. The leader of the KGB sighed helplessly. During the war between the United States and the Soviet Union, The Committee of State Security, Winter Soldier, and many other superpower teams had encountered Blue Storm before, but they had been utterly defeated. They had suffered heavy casualties and could not even withstand a single blow. As a witness of those battles, he still had lingering fears even now when he thought about it. But now, the Universe Shield, which was 10 times stronger than Blue Storm, had been destroyed by Jiang Tian. It was said that the Universe Shield was built to deal with alien civilizations. At this time, he really couldn't muster the courage to challenge Kong Teichu. Maybe only a supernuclear weapon can kill Kong Teichu, but a supernuclear weapon. Putin lowered his head like a deflated balloon and took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of sadness and despair. When the opponent was 1 point stronger than you, you still tried to catch up with him. But when the opponent was 100,000 feet higher than you could only look up and sigh in despair. Supernuclear weapon. Many generals shook their heads and sighed. In 1956, the Soviet Union had developed a supernuclear weapon with a yield of 50 million tons. But during the Cold War, the United States launched an arms race and dragged the Soviet Union down. These nuclear weapons were no longer developed and equipped. Today, Russia was no longer glorious and had fallen into a decadent and difficult situation. There was a huge gap between the United States in terms of economy and military. Fine. Emperor Putin slammed the table and said loudly, "The sky-cleaving operation is suspended indefinitely. The files of Xianxia's murder and Wolf King's defection are sealed forever. From now on, the senior officials of Russia will avoid Kong Teichu to show respect when they see him." Many generals stood up and said with a sorrowful expression, Russia could only grit its teeth and swallow its blood. However, if they did not do so, they would have to face the sharpness of a powerhouse who could be said to be a god. Their ending would not be much better than that of the European Union and the United States. Fortunately, Jiang Tian did not go on a killing spree in Russia. The murder of Xianxia and the other oligarchs, as well as the defection of the Wolf King, was not widely known. At least on the surface, Russia managed to save face. At the same time, South Korea, Singapore, Canada, and many other countries received the news, and they were dumbfounded. Some sneered and shook their heads, some rejoiced in his misfortune, some exclaimed in admiration, and some were in disbelief. However, everyone who received this news, no matter who it was, turned their attention to the United States, New York Harbor, and the black-haired, black-eyed young man from Wuxia. If Kong Teichu can suppress the United States this time, his name as Jiang Laiguo will be confirmed. A true expert who hunted down the great powers of the world and looked down on the whole world. On the darknet forums, Hera sighed. The others were shocked in their hearts, and their gazes were filled with reverence. He had single-handedly taken on the world's largest country and stood at the pinnacle of this planet. His grace was peerless and unparalleled. Although they could not see him physically, their hearts were filled with longing. After Jiang Tian killed the last superbrain in the Atlantic Ocean, he did not provoke the Atlantic Fleet. Instead, he returned to New York quietly. Jiang Tian thought that he should be able to withstand a nuclear weapon. But he did not want to risk his life, so he planted the soul-devouring death curse on the American officers. That way, the American officers would not dare to do anything to him. They would not even dare to provoke Sidoni. This was also the perfect environment for the Kuelian test. After the successful test firing of the Sunflower Lotus system, it would be an even more powerful deterrent. However, on the way back, he found a Wuxia powerhouse, Big Saber brother Zhang Shisan, who was on a yacht with Han Qingli, heading towards the Atlantic Fleet. Han Qingli is too much. What if the Atlantic Fleet uses a nuclear weapon? She will be dead. Jiang Tian was exasperated. He swayed his body and landed on the milky white luxury yacht. Grandmaster Jiang, you scared me to death just now. When Jiang Tian landed on the yacht, Han Qingli immediately greeted him with tears in her eyes. She hugged Jiang Tian's arm and refused to let go. Her delicate body was still trembling. Everything that had happened in Morgan Manor was too shocking. Master Kong, can we take a picture together? I'm Zhang Shisan, the Big Saber Bro. My saber is thirsty again. Big Saber Bro came over and said with a fawning face. After he saved Han Qingli at Morgan Manor, he didn't stop. He sat on a yacht and came to admire Grandmaster Zhang's peerless divine might. You still want to take a picture at this time? What if the American fleet comes? Han Qingli glared at Big Saber Bro. I'm just excited to see Master Kong. Big Saber Bro could only put away his phone. It's okay. Jiang Tian smiled and said, the American Pentagon has bowed and asked for an end to the war. They won't dare to do anything to you. What? Han Qingli couldn't believe it. She felt like she was in a dream. Her understanding of martial arts and military was shallow, but her intuition told her that no one could defeat a modern army. Grandmaster Jiang, this time, you're really going to be invincible. Zhang Shisan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Han Qingli, you are proficient in legal business. You may need to help me in the next few days. Jiang Tian didn't take it to heart at all. The United States is bound to lose a lot of money. I'm afraid that the assets of Morgan, Rockefeller, and DuPont will be transferred to my name. I will entrust you to represent and assist. Is that okay? Yes, of course. Han Qingli felt like she was in a dream. She was already shocked when the Morgan family asked for tens of billions of compensation. Now it would be trillions of assets. Jiang Tian was definitely the richest man in the world now. Okay, I will go to New York again. Jiang Tian turned around and was about to leave. Master Kong, are you still going to fight the American army? Let's stop while we are ahead. Zhang Shisan was shocked. These American generals are hostages and bargaining chips. I can't kill them easily. But the executives of the Heavenly Gods Corporation and Morgan Jr. are not important. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed coldly as he flew into the air. American democracy was fake. Many tycoons were influential in politics. Killing a few of them would be a deterrent. Zhang Shisan quickly showed his ugly face to the camera and made a V-shaped gesture with his fingers. The camera also captured Jiang Tianfei's back and snapped a few photos quickly. This counts as a group photo. Taking a picture with Hua Xia, the most powerful man in the world. Happy. He quickly posted the pictures on the internet. Meanwhile, in New York, the executives of the Heavenly Gods Corporation were anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. In fact, other than the Morgan Manor, there were surveillance cameras everywhere. There were no surveillance cameras anywhere else. They didn't know what the outcome of the battle was. Kong Teichu will die this time. An executive said expectantly. Who can fight against the heavenly gods? Kong Teichu is not a god. Someone said with disdain. Everyone, did I force your mother? Do you want me to die that badly? At the spur of the moment, a cold voice was heard. It was mixed with enormous mental power as it smashed down. Everyone knelt on the ground. Jiang Teng, you are still alive. Where are the heavenly gods? Charlene looked up and saw Jiang Tian and exclaimed. Heavenly gods? Do they deserve to be called heavenly gods? Jiang Tian found it funny and shook his head. Jiang Tian, stop bragging. Charlene didn't believe it at all. She threatened proudly, compared to the heavenly gods, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. You better be rational. We are the servants of the heavenly gods. If you kill us, the heavenly gods will take revenge on you. Heavenly gods? How powerful are they? I'll kill them for you. Jiang Tian ignored her and slowly walked over. He scanned the area with his divine sense. Suddenly, he waved his fingers and smashed a thick marble wall into pieces. After the wall collapsed, a folded space of a few hundred square meters was revealed. There were many frost iron elites, all kinds of high-tech weapons and some semi-finished products. However, this space folding technology was also very powerful. If it wasn't Jiang Tian, no one would have noticed it. Hiding here to absorb soul energy, you coward. Jiang Tian raised his hand and a crystal head jumped out of the space and flew toward his hand. Halfway through the crystal head, a superbrain in black suddenly came out and shot out of the window like a gust of wind. However, he had only flown 3 meters away. Jiang Tian stomped his foot and yelled, "Seal!" Boom! A surge of restrictive power shrouded this space. Time and space seemed to have stopped. With a thud, the superbrain in black fell to the ground like a dead bird. He was scared out of his wits. He turned and kowtowed to Jiang Tian, crying and snot as he said, "Grandmaster Jiang, don't kill me. I won't dare to provoke you again." He was trembling and had even peed in his pants because he had seen many of his companions being killed. In fact, after Jiang Tian's massacre, they were all scared out of their wits and forgot their plan to lure Jiang Tian. They only wanted to run for their lives, but it was too late. What? The heavenly gods knelt to Jiang Tian? How is this possible? Charlene's face was full of shock and disbelief. She was dumbfounded. She had seen too many supernatural powers of the heavenly gods. They were really like the legendary gods. However, at this moment, this high and mighty heavenly god knelt to Jiang Tian with a face full of fear, as if Jiang Tian was a demon. Chapter 821. Don't you know what happened to the Dark Parliament? But you still dared to provoke me. You're too arrogant. Jiang Tian slapped him in the face. Slap. The superbrain in black was sent flying. He lay on the ground like a dead dog, trembling. Grandmaster Jiang, I beg you, spare me this once. I really surrender. He begged pitifully. Slap. Jiang Tian gave him another slap, causing him to roll on the ground. He said with disdain, "Even an ugly ghost like you dares to call yourself a higher-level life form, and dare to call yourself a heavenly deity. Do you know what a deity is? You're a god. You're the real god." The superbrain in black said while trembling. "You've killed my entire race. I'm the only descendant left. I don't have a mate. If you don't kill me, my race will die out in a few decades." Hearing these words, Xiaolin's heart thumped. Her beautiful face turned pale and her delicate body trembled violently. She looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. The superbrains had been completely wiped out by Jiang Tian. She had thought that the superbrains were going to make history. She had never thought that the Heavenly God Corporation would be destroyed so quickly. She had seen him build a tower and entertain guests, but it had collapsed in an instant. It had only been a few years since it had risen. At this moment, she finally understood what Jiang Tian meant. So what if you're from a god-level civilization? If you provoke me, you'll definitely die. Why did Jiang Tian tell her to stay away from the superbrains? Why was Jiang Tian so confident? Because Jiang Tian was a real god. He could slaughter everything and kill millions of people when he was angry. He was an unstoppable god. I thought about sparing you before, but now I find that devouring your soul energy is too satisfying. Jiang Tian sneered. The soul-devouring demon opened its bloody mouth and devoured the superbrain in black without hesitation. Crunch, crunch. The soul-devouring fiend floated in the air like a millstone, opening its mouth and chewing. The black-clothed superbrain screamed twice and died in the blink of an eye. His mind power was gradually being devoured and absorbed. Master Kong, don't kill us. We are just ants. I was forced. Everyone was shocked to the point their souls almost left their bodies when they saw this, and they started begging and pleading with tears flowing down their faces. They kowtowed to the point their foreheads resounded while blood flowed from their foreheads. Jiang Tian looked at Xiaolin with slight ridicule. "Xiaolin, is this the god-level civilization you were talking about? Is this the existence that you said I can't provoke? Now that I look at it, it's just SOS. Jiang Tian, give me a chance. I know I was wrong." Xiaolin knelt on the ground, pleading with a pitiful expression. She knew that Jiang Tian was vicious and merciless. He would never let go of the executives of the Celestial God Corporation. Haha, do you think it's alright just because you know you're wrong? Then there will be no more deaths in this world. Jiang Tian smiled lazily and recalled the soul-devouring demon. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his chest with a pained expression. Damn, the psychic energy of these superbrains is too strong. The soul-devouring demon is at least 3 times stronger than before. Even my divine sense can't handle it, and my true essence is surging. Jiang Tian felt a sharp pain in his head, and his true essence surged like a sea, crashing everywhere. However, this didn't matter. After refining the soul-devouring demon, his divine sense would become even stronger. Master Kong, please spare my life. We know we were wrong. The executives of the Celestial God Corporation begged. Some of them, seeing Jiang Tian spit out blood, jumped up and began to run. Die! Jiang Tian took out a dragon-scale flying sword, which swept through the air like an azure rainbow, and several dozen heads fell to the ground. Only Xia Lin was left kneeling there, shivering like a quail in the cold wind. She said in pleasant surprise, Master Kong, you won't kill me? I knew you wouldn't kill me. After all, I've tipped you off, haven't I? Sigh, I can't be bothered to kill you, stupid woman. But this is the last time. If you dare to provoke me again, you will die without a doubt. Jiang Tian looked at her with disdain, and then took the crystal skull and the other treasures in the folded space into the sky-devouring demon gourd and floated away. A few minutes after Jiang Tian left, Xia Lin finally dared to stand up. She calmed herself down, turned on the computer, found a surveillance video, and stored it in an email. Then, she hurriedly left the office and disappeared into the sea of people. Morgan Corporation Building. Little Morgan and General Keynes were sitting in a luxurious living room on the 99th floor. They were drinking Romani Conti red wine, eating good steaks, and enjoying the service of the tall, beautiful, and young maids as they chatted. General Keynes, is there really no problem? Little Morgan's heart was still beating fast. At his level, he had heard of the strong people in the dark world, and would even hire some as bodyguards. But he had never seen someone as terrifying as Jiang Tian. He couldn't even be killed by a bullet, and he could kill dozens of universal shields with one slap. He was like a god. Little Morgan, don't worry. Keynes had regained his composure. He swirled his wine glass and said confidently, the sacrifice of the superbrains sacrificed themselves. The superbrains sacrificed themselves to lure Jiang Taichu to the Atlantic Fleet's nuclear explosion zone. Over there, we can release nuclear weapons without fear. If one isn't enough, we'll use 2, 10, 100. He was very confident. He smiled and said, Kong Taichu is made of titanium alloy. Even if he is made of ultra-low temperature metal, how many nuclear explosions can he withstand? I hope so. Little Morgan nodded in agreement, and his heart gradually calmed down. At this moment, Keynes' phone rang. He smiled and said, it's from the Pentagon. Kong Taichu should have been eliminated. Then he picked up the phone. Little Morgan immediately smiled smugly. That's great. I'll be credited for killing Kong Taichu. Who in the world won't know my name in the future? Suddenly, Keynes' face changed drastically. He shouted, what? Minister Wright asked us to end the battle and bow to Kong Taichu. But we've been preparing for this battle for 3 years. We have no other choice. Because he has our lives in his hands. Minister Wright has given the order. The operation is over. General Keynes, come back immediately. The other party said. Keynes put down the phone with a gloomy face. Little Morgan said anxiously, General Keynes, what's going on? Kong Taichu is not dead. The United States surrendered? He cursed all the senior officials in the United States. The United States will never be able to provoke him again. Keynes' eyes were filled with despair. He said in a trembling voice, Little Morgan, leave the United States with your family immediately. Go to a third world country. He will definitely take revenge. Curse? How is that possible? It doesn't make sense. Little Morgan still couldn't believe it. It was like a legend. Does it make sense that Kong Taichu can fly and escape from nuclear weapons? Keynes got up and hurriedly walked out of the door, shouting loudly, he shouted, remember, leave the United States immediately and change your name. Think about what happened to the families in Europe. Little Morgan finally gave up on his fantasy and hurried out of the door. There was a private jet on the roof that could take off at any time. However, he was unwilling to give up. He shouted angrily, don't you want my wealth? Don't you want my Morgan Financial Group? I can leave, but you can't give Kong Taichu my wealth. You're lucky that you're still alive. General Keynes shouted in exasperation. He had already reached the door, but his body suddenly trembled and he stepped back. "Why you back? Leave now." Just as little Morgan was feeling puzzled, he saw a Chinese youth in plain clothes, with black hair and black eyes, lazily walk in. "Jiang, Kongyu." He was scared out of his wits and couldn't help but exclaim. "General Keynes has always been stupid, but he's right about one thing. You're lucky that you're still alive." Jiang Tian walked in calmly with his hands behind his back as if he was taking a stroll in the park. "Mr. Kong Taechu, I strongly disagree with Minister Wright's decision. However, my words don't carry much weight." Keynes' body trembled and cold sweat broke out on his face. His voice was also trembling as he tried to shift the blame. "I was only following orders for today's operation. Please don't kill me." He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Before this, his respect for Jiang Tian was just a pretense. He wanted to make Jiang Tian lower his guard. But now he was really scared. He couldn't even be killed by bullets. Even the universe shield was destroyed by a slap. He killed the superbrains and controlled the lives of thousands of American dignitaries. He was like a god. How could he not be afraid? "You'll be my dog in the future. I won't kill you. Don't be nervous," Jiang Tian said calmly. "Also, tell your guards to put away their pistols. In my eyes, they're worse than fire sticks." Slap, slap. Keynes slapped the guard's face a few times and shouted angrily, "Impudent, how dare you aim at a real god? Put away your guns." Jiang Tian didn't bother to look at Keynes. He sat down on a chair and picked up the half-drunk bottle of Romani Conti. Then, he picked up a goblet from the shivering maid's tray and slowly poured some wine. He took a sip of the red wine and smacked his lips. "Little Morgan, you invited me to Morgan Manor for a banquet and this is how you treat me? With neutron bullets and the universe shield? With the immortal slaying arrow?" "Master Kong, no, Immortal Jiang, the Pentagon forced me to do that. I had no choice." The cold sweat on little Morgan's face was like a small stream. His entire body was shivering. His lips were trembling, and his words were incoherent. Before this, he had been arrogant in front of Jiang Tian because he had the support of the American Army and the Pentagon. He thought that Jiang Tian would never dare to start a war with the United States. But now, Minister Wright had lowered his head and asked for an end to the war. The entire Pentagon and even the White House were trembling like quails in a storm. A mere little Morgan, in Jiang Tian's eyes, was merely an ant that he could kill with a raise of his hand. At this moment, Morgan could only push all the blame to the Pentagon. Chapter 8:22. The Morgan family has provoked me time and time again, but I gave you a chance. You don't know how to cherish it. Jiang Tian shook his head regretfully. "Master Kong, don't kill me. I know I'm wrong." Little Morgan could not hold on any longer. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. He kowtowed like a chick pecking at rice and said with tears and mucus flowing down his face, "I will give you all the assets of the Morgan family, trillions of US dollars. I only beg you to spare my life. Do you think I can't get those assets if I kill you?" Jiang Tian raised his eyebrows and sneered. Little Morgan wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance to. Because 2 purple lightning bolts had already shot out from Jiang Tian's eyes and drilled into little Morgan's body like purple snakes. Little Morgan didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was instantly burned to ashes. Even his soul was burned into nothingness. Only a circle of ashes was left where he knelt, as if to prove that this person really existed. Everyone was dead silent. The maids were so scared that their faces turned pale and tears flowed down their cheeks. However, they covered their mouths tightly with their hands and didn't dare to make a sound. The bodyguards of the Morgan family were so scared that they dropped their guns on the ground. They thought to themselves that they were lucky that they didn't shoot. This Hua Xia could shoot out lightning bolts to kill people with just a glance. He was even more powerful than Superman. They were just ordinary people. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. They were so scared that they almost fainted on the spot. "Keynes, tell Bush, Wright and the other politicians for me that the United States owes me a lot. I will come and collect them one by one. I hope you are prepared to compensate me. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. If you want to live, remember that you are my slaves from now on. Yes, Master Kong, I will tell them. Keynes hurriedly lowered his arrogant head and spoke in a submissive tone. Jiang Tian finished the wine in his glass and didn't bother to look at him again. His body swayed and suddenly disappeared. After a long time, Keynes wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and slowly straightened up. However, there was still fear in his eyes. General Keynes, Little Morgan's death. Next to him, a senior staff officer came over and asked, "If he's dead, then he's dead. After today, I'm afraid the Morgan family will be wiped out." Keynes said impatiently. Since they had to give Kang Taechu an explanation, and the U.S. military was unwilling to admit defeat to a human in the international community, the war reparations could not be paid from the national treasury. Then the Morgan, Rockefeller, and DuPont families would have to pay a huge price. Yes, these families were extremely wealthy and could interfere in politics, control the media, and influence elections. But now, the parliament was already close to Jiang Tian's marshal. Moreover, the heads of the politicians were all in the hands of Jiang Tian. They would all become Kang Taechu's vicious hounds, fighting to tear the three families apart to appease Kang Taechu's anger. In this world, nothing was more important than life. The three great clans didn't have any good cards to play and could only be reduced to lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Kang Taechu went to the Atlantic Fleet, but the Atlantic Fleet did not fire a single shot. The U.S. Pentagon bowed and requested an end to the war. Master Kong returned to New York safely. At this time, the news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in the dark world. This news was posted by Master Kang's fanatic, Big Saber Bro, who even exposed his ugly face to prove the authenticity of the news. The Darknet forum was like a pot of cold water being poured into a pot of hot oil. Many experts were dumbfounded. Suppressed Marika? This Master Kong is unbelievably powerful. King of the Sword almost crushed the mouse. Without a doubt, Master Kong made history. Master Kong suppressed Marika, which means he suppressed the whole world. Invincible. Invincible, invincible, invincible. Demon Hunter Pulsatilla exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression turned solemn and their hearts were filled with anxiety. Pulsatilla's words were not false. For 100 years, the United States had been a global superpower. After World War II, its economy and military prospered and it suppressed the decadent Britain and France. It also relied on the Star Wars plan to defeat Russia and become the world's most powerful country. Although China's economy was developing rapidly, it would still take some time for it to catch up with the rest of the world. In the 1950s and 1960s, the United States had hunted down dark overlords all over the world and killed many immortal state warriors. It was known as the slaughter of deities and gods, which terrified many overlords. At this time, Jiang Tian had suppressed a country and was the most powerful country in the world. No matter what means he used, he had forced the United States to bow down and he had confirmed the title of the world's most powerful overlord. If that was not suppressing the whole world, what was it? Meanwhile, a piece of news appeared out of nowhere, once again causing everyone's eyeballs to explode, leaving everyone in disbelief. The Holy See, the Pope of the world, Saint Odin, reopened the divine roll 60 years after it was closed. There was only one name on it, Kang Taechu. The world was shocked. Then, the world of the overlords fell into silence. The divine roll was also called the True God Roll. This list was more authoritative and influential than the global overlords list made by the CIA. To put it bluntly, the CIA's powerhouse ranking was a bit like a decapitation list, a talisman that hastened one's death. After all, under the leadership of the United States, the attitude of the world's superpowers towards the dark overlords was to kill them and control them. If they didn't work for the country, many people who were on the list would enter the hunting range of the superpowers, which was a terrible thing. Besides, the CIA was established in 1947 and had a short history. They usually used high-tech methods to evaluate the strength of the overlords, which wasn't authoritative. It was like a group of ants evaluating the strength of human beings. It wasn't convincing in itself. But the Holy See's divine role was different. The Holy See was the top sect in the West and had 2,000 years of history. In the Middle Ages, when there were many immortal state warriors, the Holy See dominated the world and had many overlords. Even now, the Holy See was still a force to be reckoned with. Their understanding of the world, especially the super-overlords, was much deeper than the CIA. In the Middle Ages, the Holy See used to make a very authoritative divine role. Although there were no phones, computers, and the internet at that time, the super-overlords had their own way of contacting each other. To be on the list, one had to be above the immortal state level, and it was regarded as a great honor. There were even cases of overlords killing each other to compete for the rankings. After the emergence of nuclear weapons and the disappearance of the immortal state warriors, the United States of America hunted down the dark overlords around the world and ordered the Holy See to seal their mountains. The Holy See hadn't released a divine roll for 60 years. Then, the divine roll was reopened and it immediately caused an uproar in the underground world. Everyone was dumbfounded. The divine roll is reopened and whoever is on it must be a true god. This indicates the beginning of an era where true gods walk the earth and coexist with humans. The Blade Emperor saw this and exclaimed on the forum. Following the reopening of the Holy See's divine roll, the world was shocked. Countless families, organizations, forces, and overlords stared at the only name on the list in shock. This list represented the most powerful human beings in the Middle Ages, who were close to gods. Even the superpowers had to be respectful to the overlords on the divine roll. However, the divine roll was stopped after the emergence of nuclear weapons. Then, Kong Techu dominated the world's most powerful country and the Holy See's divine roll was reopened. It was announced globally and Kong Techu was listed as the only true god. Didn't this mean that the Holy See had started to be friendly to Kong Techu? Was the overlord on the divine roll going to control the planet again? Was there going to be an earth-shattering change in the world? Kong Techu, the only overlord on the divine roll, comparable to a true god, forced the United States to bow down and dominated the world. At this moment, countless people were talking about this name. Jiang Tian had really dominated the world and become famous. Jiang Tian was sitting in a hall in the White House in the United States of America, meeting with Minister Wright and General Keynes. Next to him, Han Qingli was wearing exquisite makeup and a fancy dress. Jiang Tian's old friends in the United States, Chen Jinming, Marshall, and Paris Hilton were also there. We sinners greet Grandmaster Jiang. Old Morgan, young Rockefeller, and the head of the DuPont family all knelt down in front of Jiang Tian. You've provoked me time and time again, but I've spared your lives. How are you going to repay me? Jiang Tian said with a smile. The Morgan family is willing to give you all our assets. Please spare our lives, Master Kong. Old Morgan said with tears in his eyes. The old man and his family had no idea about the assassination at Morgan Manor. It was young Morgan's idea. Our family will also give you all our assets. Young Rockefeller also kowtowed. He had seen his father die suddenly on the West Coast with his own eyes. At that time, Jiang Tian was fighting with the Universe Shield and other overlords in New York Bay. He had killed people across the entire United States. The DuPont family will do the same. The DuPont father and son trembled as if they had seen the devil. They had been cursed by the soul-swallowing death curse. They had secretly found many scientists and special people, but the latter said they couldn't break it. They could see that there was a shadow in their heads, but it wasn't any known substance. It couldn't be taken out or seen. Very good. Jiang Tian nodded and said, these assets will be reorganized into a company in the future. You can continue to work for me in the company. Great. It's our honor. Thank you, Master Kong, for sparing our lives. They all kowtowed and thanked him as if they were worshipping a god. In fact, they were sad and hopeless. Hundreds of years of work had been destroyed and they had become ordinary people. It would be strange if they felt good. But they had no other choice. Their lives were in Jiang Tian's hands and they could only work for Jiang Tian for the rest of their lives. Marshall smiled wryly and shook his head. These people don't understand the logic of taking advantage of the situation. Master Kong is unstoppable. Why do you have to stand against Master Kong? However, if these assets are in the hands of Master Kong can support agents in the United States and influence politics. Patrice smiled and said, "That's right. Maybe in 10 years, Master Kong will be the true master of the United States." Marshall nodded in agreement. Chapter 823. America was ruled by money. The politicians in the White House were all agents of the supercapitalists. Jiang Tian now controlled the 3 most powerful families in America. He could influence the financial, biological, pharmaceutical, and energy markets. With the support of Marshall and the California Financial Group, the amount of money and power he had was unprecedented. Back in the day, Wall Street could use $1 billion in political donations to elect a puppet president. Jiang Tian had so much money. In 10 years, or even 3 to 5 years, Jiang Tian could achieve a peaceful evolution of America. He could turn the president, speaker, and cabinet members into his puppets and become the true ruler of America. Hearing Paris's words, Jiang Tian walked up and patted her shoulder. He smiled and said, "Paris, you have good taste. Next time, you should also participate in the election and become the president. The first female president of America. That would be great." Wright was speechless when he heard Jiang Tian's words, but he could not refute it. "I'm more interested in being the CIA director. Let Uncle Marshall be the president." Paris smiled and clinked her glass with Jiang Tian's. Marshall waved his hand and said, "I'm old. I can't take on such a heavy responsibility." To Jiang Tian, money was a small matter. Jiang Tian wanted to see the records about the superbrains. Keynes had already prepared all of this. He brought Jiang Tian to a secret room in the Library of Congress. He opened a safe and took out a stack of top-secret documents. "Master Kong, this is all the information about the superbrains." Keynes bowed and said, "The documents took up a whole box. Some of them were ancient and written in Native American language on parchment. Some were analysis articles from the CIA and the Pentagon. There were also photos of some monuments and sites. The Mayans were a prosperous prehistoric civilization. From the old sites like Parsons, they had cutting technology and power that surpassed modern times. They could cut a huge rock in one go and move over 400 tons of rock. The city had an advanced drainage system. When Jiang Tian saw this, he was stunned. He asked, "Keynes, are the brains of the Mayans?" To be exact, it's the god that the Mayans believed in. They claim to be the gods worshipped by the ancient Mayans and have a splendid prehistoric civilization. Keynes hurriedly bowed. In fact, the first time the U.S. military came into contact with them was in one of their ruins. It was supposed to be a routine archaeological expedition, but the superbrains suddenly emerged from one of the crystal skulls. The gods that the Mayans believed in, they came to this world so long ago. Jiang Tian clicked his tongue in wonder and continued reading with a frown. The Mayan scriptures recorded an accurate calendar, which is much more advanced than the Gregorian calendar approved by the Church and used until now. The annual deviation is only 1 minute, which means that the difference is only 1 day every 1,500 years. They revealed some incredible information to us. They actually knew the astronomical knowledge that humans only learned later. Of the 5 major Mayan prophecies that were translated from stone tablet number 2 excavated in Belize, 4 have been fulfilled. They are the destruction of the Mayans themselves, the emergence of airplanes and cars, the approximate time of birth and death of the great devil Hitler, and the accurate realization of the 2 world wars. The other is the end of the world in 2012. The prehistoric Mayans had super-cutting and optical technology, as well as modern science. The crystal skulls enshrined in the Golden Temple in Mexico show mature anatomical and optical technology. Not only are the outer appearance very realistic, but the internal structure is completely consistent with the skeletal structure of the human skull. After sampling and testing, this crystal is different from any known crystal. Its hardness is comparable to that of diamond. It is speculated that it was made using some kind of collision technology that humans have not mastered until now. This crystal skull has very strong fluctuations. The Mayans are suspected to have used the crystal skull to communicate with humans, to perceive the prayers of humans, to help humans fulfill their wishes, and to obtain the power of faith. Exemplary events. The direct contact between the U.S. National Academy of Sciences and the Mayans, Superbrain Number 1, 1927, location. Einstein, Schrödinger, and Heisenberg attended the meeting. The topic was the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. They called themselves the Superbrain. The more Jiang Tian read, the more shocked he became. The modern technology that the U.S. was so proud of had benefited a lot from the guidance of the Superbrain people. It even included nuclear weapons, ultra-low temperature metals, electromagnetic weapons, antimatter weapons, and so on. Known information about the Superbrain people. The Superbrain can realize the transmigration and lodging of souls and thoughts. They have no fixed residence. The Superbrain people are superstitious about technology, especially physics. They don't believe in modern private property rights. Rockefeller once tried to give them some shares of the company, but they refused. As the Superbrain people's mental strength becomes stronger, they will realize the evolution of their physique and reach the extreme. They are known as the superbody. Most of the superbrains that the U.S. is in contact with are superbodies that have not completed their evolution. When he read this, Jiang Tian frowned. He was deep in thought. In outer space, the superbrain people had evolved into superbodies. It had happened before, but it was extremely rare. He did not expect them to achieve evolution on Earth. It was probably because the spirit energy here was too scarce that it stimulated their evolution. The U.S. strategy against the superbrain people should be to use them carefully under the premise of high vigilance. They may completely control the upper class of the U.S. and even the entire human race. When Jiang Tian read this, he slapped his thigh and laughed. The Americans aren't stupid. Looks like I've unknowingly helped the Americans by killing these superbrain people. However, the information came to an abrupt end at this point, leaving behind many unsolved mysteries that were buried in the dust of history. However, Jiang Tian did not care anymore. Now that he had killed 6 superbrain people in one go, they would not dare to offend him for a while. He asked calmly, since the superbrain people had such a powerful civilization, why did they suddenly die out? The superbrain should be a god worshipped by the Mayans. The Mayan culture was at its most prosperous around 1800 to 1500 BC, but then it went into decline until there was no trace of them and they were completely wiped out. The American continent was still very backward at that time. It did not give birth to brilliant and powerful culture and technology, and it was not a threat to them. Why did it suddenly die out? As for the Mayans who were struggling at death's door, they should belong to the human race controlled by the superbrain. They could not be considered as superbrains. We did not obtain this information. It's just some guesses. Keynes bowed slightly and smiled humbly. Master Kong, according to our guess, the superbrain people did not belong to this world at all. They should have come from an extraterrestrial civilization. They were hunted down by a more powerful super civilization and fled to Earth to seek refuge. They lived on Earth for a while, but they might have encountered threats from extraterrestrial civilizations. Some of them died in the apocalypse, and some of them used the tunnel launcher or some other unknown means to leave this world. Using the tunnel launcher to leave this world? Jiang Tian frowned and narrowed his eyes. In outer space, different civilizations had different ways to pass on their bodies. Most of them built teleportation portals and carved teleportation portals on the platform to open up space tunnels to achieve interstellar teleportation. However, other civilizations did not necessarily do so. Some created powerful Dharma artifacts that could change the curvature of space and use it to propel themselves through the universe faster than the speed of light. Some created wormholes to connect 2 different dimensions to achieve space and time travel. Some civilizations that were good at technology used quantum tunnels to turn humans into quantum states. They used quantum entanglement to locate humans and enter the dimensional space to achieve teleportation between 2 ends of the universe. Is this the tunnel launcher you think it is? Jiang Tian fixed his eyes on a few of the pictures. In these pictures, there was a pagoda-like building in a temple made of giant stones. The pagoda was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, but the top part was hollow. There were 4 supporting parts at the base of the pagoda. They seemed to be the parts that provided energy. The pagoda was 20 meters tall. Its skeleton was made of some kind of strange black metal and was surrounded by many black tubes. Although this thing looked broken, Jiang Tian could still tell that it should be a quantum tunnel launcher. In Mexico, in the Golden Temple on Balca Mountain, Kane said. Jiang Tian nodded as a look of deep thought flashed across his face. In his previous life, after he reached the soul formation level, he broke through the void and traveled across the universe to return to Earth. He paid tribute to Xianxia and took her body with him. At that time, he found that the spirit qi on Earth had completely dried up. However, technology was extremely advanced. Humans were already able to achieve interstellar travel, and the average lifespan of humans had increased to 200 years. Jiang Tian flipped through history and found that human technology had undergone several technological explosions in those few hundred years. And these technological explosions were led by the United States. At that time, Jiang Tian was depressed and indifferent to the world. He only spent a few years in Linzhou and left. He did not explore the truth of the world in depth. Now, the more Jiang Tian thought about it, the stranger he felt. A technological explosion was usually a weak civilization that discovered the invasion of an aggressive super-civilization or encountered a world-ending crisis. Their survival instincts forced them to unleash all their potential. Technological achievements that would have taken hundreds or even thousands of years to achieve were condensed into a few decades. Therefore, it looked like an incredible technological explosion and a great leap in civilization. Now, combined with the Mayans' prediction of the end of the world in 2012, Jiang Tian could not help but think that it was very likely that the superbrain wanted to control humans and stimulated the potential of humans to fight against the superbrain's rule. A more pessimistic possibility was that the superbrain had already controlled and enslaved all humans at that time. Like how they used the United States, they used the entire human race to rapidly improve the level of technology to fight against foreign invaders. As for the ultimate fate of humans on Earth, thinking of this, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of dimness. Chapter 824. In his previous life, when he ascended to the heavenly realm, Jiang Tian had once traveled the universe and passed by the Milky Way again. At that time, the entire Milky Way had disappeared and become a black field. There was no time, no space, and no matter. At that time, Jiang Tian was already more than 8,000 years old. After seeing too many star fields flattened by god-level civilizations and billions of people slaughtered by superpowerhouses, Jiang Tian's state of mind was almost inhuman. It was cold and dead. Moreover, Xianxia and his parents had been dead for many years. Jiang Tian was also indifferent to Earth. Therefore, he took a look and left in a hurry. This was also the reason why Jiang Tian did not know about the ruins of immortality and many secrets of Earth. If the Milky Way had not been destroyed, Jiang Tian only needed to take a glance at it. What kind of dimensional space teleportation array could escape his eyes? However, this life was different. With his parents, Xianxia and Ling by his side, his heart was alive. Of course, he could not sit back and watch the human civilization on Earth be destroyed. Master Kong, are you going to the Golden Temple? At this time, Keynes asked softly, breaking Jiang Tian's contemplation. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Tian shook his head and was dispirited. Even if this was indeed a quantum tunnel transmitter and could still be used, Jiang Tian would not rashly try it. Because the quantum transmitter needed quantum entanglement to locate the destination. And it also needed a carrier on the other side of the starry sky to use a huge amount of energy to blast the quantized human to a normal state. Otherwise, if Jiang Tian rashly used this thing, it was very likely that he would fall into the depths of the dead universe, or inexplicable space cracks and dimensional spaces. Then he would never be able to come out. Keynes, did the CIA and the Department of Defense of the United States collect so much information? Jiang Tian suddenly raised his eyebrows and sneered. Do you have any hard stuff to show me? This, Keynes looked troubled. As the largest country in the world, the United States of America's exploration of this world was the most profound and in-depth. With the support of a powerful country, many scientists and intelligence agencies almost turned the Earth upside down. However, this information was top-secret information controlled by the United States. How could it be shown to others so easily? Take it out. Jiang Tian frowned and snorted coldly. Don't tell me you want me to search your head with my divine sense? I won't be responsible if you develop dementia or something. With a bitter expression, Keynes quickly said respectfully, Master Kong, according to the intelligence from the Pentagon and the CIA, superbrains, werewolves, and vampires might not be the only known foreign races and civilizations on Earth. What else? Jiang Tian frowned. There are a few legendary foreign civilizations on Earth, hidden in the ruins of a few great wonders. Keynes quickly opened another cabinet and took out a thick pile of information. He placed it on the table and said, We suspect that there might be foreign civilizations in the graveyard of the gods in the Vatican where the Holy See is located, the Hanging Garden of Babylon, the old site of Atlantis at the bottom of the sea, the Tunguska Demon Lake in Russia, the Pharaoh's Pyramid in Egypt, the Bermuda Triangle, the Anyang in ruins in Wuxia, and the Ghost Nest in Mount Mang in Dongdu. Did you find anything in your scientific research? Jiang Tian asked with a frown as he quickly flipped through the information. These places are located in other sovereign countries. How can the United States of America explore them so easily? Keynes shook his head and said, Jiang Tian realized that this information was not as authoritative as the previous information about superbrains. Most of it was the accounts of witnesses interviewed by the United States Department of Defense and the CIA, or photos provided by them. It was not first-hand information they found. Therefore, the authenticity of the information was greatly reduced. Just like the crop circle and many legends about UFOs, it was very likely that some witnesses played pranks. Seeing the disappointment on Jiang Tian's face, Keynes continued. However, the sea race does exist in the Bermuda Triangle. Our scientific research ship fell there, but it was lifted up by someone with bare hands. He flipped to a page of the information. In the photo, dark clouds were rolling in the sky, lightning flashed, and giant ships were bumping in the sea. However, there was a shirtless woman with shoulder-length hair standing on the surface of the sea, supporting a ship that was about to capsize with one hand. Previously, I received information that your technology is some black technology obtained from the Bermuda Triangle. Is this true? Jiang Tian asked. Nothing can be hidden from Master Kong. Keynes smiled bitterly. Indeed. We once found a few half-human, half-fish corpses in that sea area. Using bionic technology, we created some clothes worn by the undersea frogmen, which can achieve fast swimming. However, our main technology still comes from the Superbrain Man. We have no direct contact with the sea race in the Bermuda Triangle. They seem to strictly avoid the secular world. The Holy See and the Superbrain Man don't seem to get along. It was the Superbrain Man's suggestion to force the Holy See to seal off the mountain. Have you found anything about the ruins of immortality? Jiang Tian asked. I have also heard of the legend of the ruins of immortality, and I have carried out some investigations. Keynes said, I have a bold guess. The ruins of immortality should be the place where the natives of Earth found a place to live when they were invaded by extraterrestrials. You also agree with the invasion of extraterrestrial civilizations. Jiang Tian was slightly surprised. Myths and legends are not the wild imaginations of the ancestors. Keynes said solemnly, there should be something that happened, but the humans at that time couldn't understand it, so they directly described it and thought that many things were caused by the gods. The scriptures of the Holy See record the prehistoric flood caused by the gods punishing humans. It is also recorded in many other sects and myths and legends. For example, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Plato's Dialogues, Huaxia's classic of mountains and seas, and so on. Later, archaeologists did indeed prove that the flood did happen. In Huaxia's 9 suns linked to the sky and Hou Yi's sun-shooting legend, in my opinion, are very likely the flames shot out by the alien spacecraft. The prehistoric ancestors, in order to avoid disaster, built a new place to live. Huaxia's ruins of immortality, India's is the Western paradise, and Europe's is heaven. Jiang Tian's gaze was long, and then he frowned and said, I can't rule out this possibility, but I know all this. Say something new. He Zhantian and Sidu Shao had discussed these conjectures, and they were generally in agreement. The clues about the ruins of immortality are highly confidential in Huaxia. Few people know about it. That's all I know. Keynes wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, but there are also some mysterious spaces, which may be some space-time fragments formed when the ancestors of Huaxia built the ruins of immortality. In Huaxia, they are called the unknown places. This is the hidden sect in Huaxia's legends. Hearing this, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Yes, the powerhouses of Huaxia did call them the hidden sect. Keynes nodded. Do you know where it is? Jiang Tian asked. According to our intelligence, it's probably the 3 great immortal palaces on Mount Kunlun, Mount Qingqing in the depths of Mount Shu, Mount Tai in the pilgrimage grounds, Penglai Island in the East Sea, and other places. Keynes concluded based on the information he had obtained. There's nothing new about this news. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Mount Kunlun was known as the home of 10,000 gods, Mount Shu had legends of sword immortals since ancient times, and Mount Tai was repeatedly linked to myths and legends, but these legends were not completely groundless. It seemed that the hidden sect was indeed very likely hidden in the dimensional space. Now that Jiang Tian had basically searched all the semi-hidden sects except for the Kunlun sect, it was time to look for these real hidden sects. This kind of dimensional space was usually formed by arrays, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it even if they stood in front of it. But Jiang Tian was different. He had now reached the foundation establishment level, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. How could the dimensional array escape his eyes? He had a general location, and he would definitely be able to find it. Keynes' eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, However, Master Kong, do you know that in addition to the hidden sect in Huaxia, there are also hidden families? Hidden families? Jiang Tian was stunned. In Huaxia, the strongest families he had come into contact with were the 6 major martial arts families in Yanjing, and they all relied on the semi-hidden sects to exist. Why would a hidden family suddenly pop out? Yes, the hidden sect should belong to the remnant forces of the ancient times. Keynes said in a deep voice, the hidden families are the forces passed down from the ancient times in Huaxia. They are also called the True Dragon family, descendants of the dragon bloodline, emperor family, or reclusive royalty. In short, they are the remnants of the royal family in Huaxia. Not only are they rich, but they are also very powerful. I heard that they have countless immortal state warriors. And not only are there hidden families in Huaxia, but there are also hidden royal families in Europe and other places. They are many times more powerful than the families you killed in Europe. They are even more powerful than the blood ancestor and the werewolves. No way, Hezha. Do you mean that the last Emperor Pu Yi was also a master? Jiang Tian said in a dumbfounded tone. Master Kong, Pu Yi was indeed not a powerful master. Keynes was embarrassed and quickly bowed. But there should be a very powerful master in the Aizen-Joro family. They just went into hiding. He heaved a sigh of relief, gritted his teeth, and revealed some shocking information. During World War II, the United States of America sent hundreds of agents to Huaxia to excavate the tomb of the first emperor. But in the tomb, they met a powerful man in ancient armor. He was able to withstand machine gun fire and was not afraid of grenades. He called himself Bai Qi, the famous general of the Qin dynasty. Bai Qi the Butcher? The man who killed 400,000 soldiers of the Zhao army? Jiang Tian's eyes narrowed as he heard this. He mumbled, maybe his soul became a ghost deity. After that, We didn't dare to excavate the tombs of the previous emperors. We avoided them like ghosts, Kane said with a wry smile. Later, we heard that the 9 reclusive royalty in Wuxia had formed some kind of agreement with the royal family in Europe. They will not appear until the world changes. Chapter 8:25. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered and his mind was also quite shaken. There was too much information in the Library of Congress today. Prehistoric visitors from outer space, many strange races, the ruins of deity and the multidimensional space created by the ancestors of Earth, and the reclusive royalty of Wuxia. These legends made people feel that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. Jiang Tian thought for a while and thought that the reclusive royalty was quite credible. The royal family of the past had always been inextricably linked to the cultivation world. For example, Ing Zheng, the king of Qin, once pursued the mystery of immortality and asked Su Fu to take 2,000 boys and girls to the east. Their destination was the legendary Penglai deity island. Legend had it that Lu Bowen was the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. He was a cultivator who was proficient in Qi Men and Duanjia. He could peek into the secrets of heaven and knew what had happened 1,000 years ago. He was a mortal deity and helped Zhu Yuanzhang establish the Ming dynasty. Emperor Yongzheng was devoted to Buddhism and meditated in the world to reach a very high level, which was something that many eminent monks couldn't achieve. There were too many examples to mention. Besides, in the Middle Ages, although the cultivators were powerful and the werewolves were as powerful as the kindred, they didn't rule Europe and couldn't suppress the secular European royal power. Besides, the European royal family used to compete for power with the Holy See, which showed that they still had a certain foundation. Wuxia was the same. Cultivators didn't control the secular royal power. Most of them cooperated with it and the whole world was still in a state of balance. Therefore, the royal power did have some foundation. If the royal family could learn and preserve these teachings, they would indeed have some foundation and strength. How about I rob these remnants of the feudal system? Jiang Tian's eyes were burning. This planet was getting more and more interesting. More and more secrets were exposed, which was worth Jiang Tian's exploration. You're going to rob them? Keynes was startled and quickly said, Master Kong, they're the real royal family. They used to fight for the world and controlled Wuxia for hundreds of years. They must have a lot of foundation. Master Kong, you should be careful. Emperor? What is an emperor? Jiang Tian shook his head gently, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Only those who have gathered the great achievements of a certain school of learning can be called a master, just like the ancient 100 schools of thought. As for the Son of Heaven, he is the one who has achieved the highest level of mastery over the heavenly Tao. He wields the authority of the heavens, and his mouth contains the heavenly laws. With a single thought, he can create and destroy everything. He is the Son of Heaven. As for those emperors in the history of Earth, they established their countries through conspiracy and killing. They ruled over mere mortals. Isn't it laughable? The Son of Heaven was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, it was not something that a human emperor could compare to. A human emperor could not be called the Son of Heaven. In his previous life, Jiang Tian had once become the Tai Chu celestial emperor. He had lived for thousands of years and commanded billions of perfected immortals. And these so-called reclusive royalty, no matter how strong they were, would only be able to control the secular Wuxia for a few hundred years, and their luck would have long run out. Many prehistoric civilizations are too illusory. Jiang Tian nodded with a long look in his eyes. He smiled and said, however, the reclusive royalty and the insect should have some cultivation resources in their hands. When the time comes, I still need to ask for something. If they obediently surrender, then that's it. If they continue to flaunt their power, then I don't mind slapping them to death. Next to him, Keynes felt dizzy. If Master Kong could obtain more cultivation resources and achieve a few more breakthroughs, then he would really become an immortal. Then he imprinted all the information in his mind. Jiang Tian ordered Keynes to keep an eye on many mysterious places and inform him immediately if there were any unusual movements. After that, Jiang Tian set off to return to Sidoni. After obtaining the frost iron essence and the explosive crystal, the Kuelian could finally shine. If the Kuelian experiment was successful, Sidoni would have nothing to worry about and Jiang Tian would be able to plunder the entire world without worry. This time, Jiang Tian flew on his sword from the east coast of the United States to the Atlantic Ocean and returned to Sidoni. Now, the United States and the European Union feared Jiang Tian like a ferocious tiger. Who would dare to disturb him? When they saw Jiang Tian return to Tianqing School, Zhao Xueqing, Yi Ziwei, Wang Lin, and many other disciples immediately came to welcome him. Hubby! Zhao Xueqing rushed forward and hugged Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian, you took too much risk this time. You actually challenged the United States alone. It was so dangerous. At that time, I almost couldn't help but want to kill my way over to help you. Fortunately, Meryl quickly reported the situation to me. Huang Linger also seemed to be angry and happy at the same time. Her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Tian. She seemed to be reprimanding Jiang Tian for being too rash and making everyone worry about him. Zhang Wanqing even pinched Jiang Tian's ear and scolded him. Jiang Tian lowered his head and begged for mercy. Mom, you have to give me some face. There are so many disciples watching, where can I put my old face? Jiang Tian smiled bitterly. Zhang Wanqing scolded him for a while before letting him go. Jiangtan, are you hurt? Zhao Xueqing asked. Of course not. Jiang Tian said disdainfully. How can a mere universe shield hurt me? But there's a picture on the dark web saying that you're hurt. Beside him, Meryl interrupted and brought the tablet over. When Jiang Tian saw this, he frowned. It was a picture of his divine sense being shaken and vomiting blood when he devoured the last superbrain in the Heavenly God Corporation's office. It should have been Charlene. At that time, all the executives of the Heavenly God Corporation were killed. She was the only one who survived. She worked for the superbrains and knew about the dark web, so it wasn't strange for her to have an account. Jiang Tian didn't take it to heart. He smiled and waved his hand. Anyway, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Master, congratulations on defeating the United States and ascending to the top of the Holy See Divine Roll. You're the most powerful overlord in the world. Huaqing Tian, Wei Feilong, Zhao Yuanquan, Sasaki Haisha and the other disciples all knelt down. What's so great about the Holy See Divine Roll? They don't have the right to judge my power. Jiang Tian gestured for everyone to get up and sit down. He smiled and asked, Has Sidoni been peaceful while I was gone? Master, you gave us the pills before you left Sidoni. After we took them, our power increased tremendously. Yunquan Feilong and I have reached the level of a half-step human deity. Huaqing Tian said with a face full of joy. Everyone was overjoyed. Huaqing Tian, Zhao Yuanquan and Wei Feilong used to struggle to reach the immortal state, but now they had reached the level of a half-step human deity. Their lifespan had increased to 150 years and their white hair had turned black. Everyone else had also made significant progress. After taking the red flame fortune pill, Zhao Xueqing had reached the 8th level of qi refinement. She was not far from reaching the perfected qi refinement and the foundation establishment. Huang Linger was also doing well. She had reached the 5th transformation of the divine art of withered glory and was able to use the 24 solar terms mantra that Jiang Tian had taught her. Jiang Changing and Zhang Wanqing had also reached the late stage of qi refinement. However, Yi Ziwei's progress was slower. She was only as powerful as a transcendent state cultivator. Sidoni's economy had stagnated and regressed during the gathering of darkness. But now, Sidoni was successful and had attracted the attention of the world. Even more investments were pouring in, and the economic development could be said to have progressed at a rapid pace. Good. Sidoni and the Tianqing school are doing well. I will reward you for your hard work. Jiang Tian nodded contentedly. He dismissed everyone and went to the Kuelian System Research Center of the National Academy of Sciences. Fourth uncle, do you think these things are useful? Voila! Jiang Tian found Zhang Chenzhen and took out many explosive crystals and frost iron essence from the sky-devouring demon gourd and dropped them on the ground. The energy waves and radiation of these explosive crystals are very suitable for the Kuelian. This time, the Kuelian might be able to explode it successfully. After a series of tests, Zhang Chenzhen was stunned. He was overjoyed like a child who had just gotten his favorite toy. This metal is very advanced. Its molecules are arranged neatly and the vibrations between them have disappeared. This is why its temperature is almost zero. All the temperature is caused by the vibrations of the molecules. This is definitely advanced technology. It's not much easier than fixing the planets in the solar system. I'll go with you to make the Kuelian. Jiang Tian rubbed his palms. In his previous life, he was also very obsessed with refining weapons. This time, with all the materials ready, his heart was also aroused and he was very excited. Jiang Tian and Zhang Chenzhen immediately went to the Kuelian and started to adjust some parts of the Kuelian. The Kuelian, which was built by 30,000 scientists and workers over several years, looked very impressive. It occupied several kilometers of mountainous area like a giant star beast. Under the base of the Kuelian, there was a secondary strike system that was used to attack ground targets. It was equipped with 12 Tai lightning railguns. Jiang Tian was no stranger to this kind of heavy magical equipment. A Tai lightning railgun could release a lightning storm that covered an area of 10 kilometers. It could even blast a building foundation stage demon beast into pieces. As for ordinary humans, even if they were wearing the super armor of the Blue Storm, it would still be melted into liquid, which was comparable to a nuclear weapon. In fact, Zhang Chenzhen had tested it once after he had obtained many super armors in the Battle of Cass River. The Tai lightning railgun used crystals that were much weaker than the exploding crystals, but it still achieved the same result. On the base of the Kuelian, there were 999 petals, each of which was actually a launcher for the seismic thunder drill. Each of the petals was equipped with hundreds of such explosive magical equipment. The front of the seismic thunder drill was made with space alloy and many special metals that Jiang Tian had obtained. It was as sharp as a flying sword. It could hit any corner of the earth within 3 minutes. It could drill hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters before exploding. In outer space, this magical equipment was specially used to deal with demon beasts or cultivators who were good at escaping through the earth. The power of its explosion could destroy a large city. All building foundation stage cultivators would be wiped out. These were all defenses against the major countries on Earth. And the most frightening thing about the Kuelian was that, at the beginning of the design, Jiang Tian and Zhang Chenzhen's target was not the major military countries on Earth. Instead, it was the experts from the Immortal ruins or even the outer space that could invade Earth. Therefore, the core and the most powerful part of the Kuelian was the stamen. Sky Splitter Heavy Cannon. Chapter 8:26. Each of the cannons was a meter in diameter and 30 meters long. There were hundreds of cannons in total. Looking down from the sky, they looked like a beehive. Each of the cannons could fire the Sky Splitter 50,000 kilometers away. As for the second generation of the Heaven Splitter Hammer Heavy Cannon, it could explode several times and achieve a few more advances. Its maximum range could reach 150,000 kilometers. It was 10 times the range of the Dongfeng missiles produced by Wuxia. Its firing speed was more than 10 Mach, which was faster than any missile in the world. It was impossible to stop it. A Sky Splitter was 10 times more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Once it exploded, it could blast a Foundation Establishment Overlord or even a Golden Core Overlord into pieces. And the Kuelian was equipped with at least 1,000 Sky Splitters. How could such a Kuelian be defined as a Dharma artifact? This was simply unheard of, an earth-shattering masterpiece. Even a Sky Immortal or a Golden Core Cultivator would be blown to pieces if they came here. On the current Earth, only Jiang Tian, a peerless immortal emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years, and Zhang Chenzhen, a heaven-defying existence who had in modern physics and the memory of refining equipment in his previous life, could attempt to refine such a huge monster. While Jiang Tian and the others were testing the Kuelian, bolts of lightning shot out from the steel beast into the sky, and the sound could be heard for a few hundred miles. Even the residents of San Juan, who were dozens of kilometers away, could hear it clearly. Then, more and more blue lightning bolts shot up a few thousand meters into the sky like a sea of lightning. The sky was filled with the smell of ozone. Dark clouds covered the sky from time to time and heavy rain poured down. Those bolts of lightning were very eye-catching and could already kill fighter jets or bombers. Many superpowers who had received the information were anxious. According to the current information, this thing was designed by Kong Taichu and has been in operation for more than 2 years. What is Kong Taichu doing this time? The Pentagon, the British MI6, the Japanese Ministry of Defense, the European Union Liaison Conference, many military intelligence departments of the superpowers were on guard. Sidonie was too terrifying at the moment. Kong Taichu, the 6th most powerful country in the world, had swept through the Covenant of Darkness and forced the United States to bow its head. At this time, Jiang Tian's every move was closely watched by all the major countries, let alone such a big commotion. In the past, Jiang Tian had created a small black flying sword and a black iron flying shuttle. That was enough to make Japan tremble in fear, the European Union tremble in fear, and the United States bow to him. But in fact, this was just the Kuelian's ignition system being tested. It wasn't actually firing. I must find out what he is doing. The military intelligence agencies of the major countries immediately made up their minds. Intelligence personnel were sent to Sidonie to investigate, and all kinds of spy satellites were launched one after another to find out what was going on. After that, the Tianqing School and the Sidonie National Academy of Sciences welcomed waves of secret agents. Some were top agents from the American CIA, some were aces from the British MI6, and some were ninjas from Japan. There were thousands of them. They disguised themselves, changed their identities, and carried passports from different countries to sneak into Sidonie with different identities and channels. But at this time, Jiang Tian had already strictly ordered that 10 kilometers of the Kuelian was a restricted military zone. Once anyone got close, they would be killed without mercy. Overlords such as Wuxia Tian and Wei Feilong patrolled back and forth on the green-scale fire owl all day long. Merrill and Sasaki Haisa also carried out reverse reconnaissance. In fact, even if they got close, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Only Jiang Tian and Zhang Chenzhen had many designs. They wouldn't be able to copy it even if they had 100 years to study it, because it was a completely new kind of weapon. Wuxia Tian's god-killing spear pierced through the air. Waves of blood gushed out and pinned a man with a mysterious energy, who seemed to have the ability to hide on the mountain wall. There are so many spies. I've killed more than 60 of them. Wuxia Tian sighed. He was already 80 years old, but his energy was as strong as a dragon, which made even immortal state warriors tremble in fear. That's not surprising. Master Kong hasn't even tested it yet, but the power it unleashed is already comparable to a nuclear weapon. How can those superpowers not panic? 5 kilometers away, Zhao Yunquan sat on a military helicopter and talked to him through divine will. He was full of pride. What a real man wants is nothing more than to establish his own territory, create history, and leave his name in the annals of history. And now, they were following Master Kong to create history. This made them full of pride and passion and endless energy. It's far more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Who wouldn't be afraid? Wei Feilong also laughed in the distance. Nowadays, in the international community, having a nuclear weapon meant having the right to speak. During World War II, the United States of America dropped a nuclear weapon on Japan, which shocked the world and made the Japanese surrender in seconds. The lethality of a nuclear weapon was too terrifying. Therefore, the superpowers in the world pushed for the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty to clamp down on other countries and maintain their priority and right to speak. If the Tianqing School and Sidonie only had Grand Masters, Immortal State Warriors or Sky Immortals, they wouldn't be able to deter those countries. However, it was different with weapons that surpassed nuclear weapons. A top grandmaster could only destroy a small car with one punch and withstand 1 or 2 shots from a cannon at most. They would be forced to retreat in the face of tanks and immediately kneel and beg for mercy in the face of fighter jets and bombers. An immortal state warrior was powerful enough. However, he could only destroy a 10-meter-tall building with one strike. If he wanted to destroy a large military base, he would be exhausted to death even if the enemy didn't fight back. However, Jiang Tian's design was more powerful than the earthquake and the sky-cracking cannon. Even the Tai lightning railgun was equivalent to a 1,000,000-ton nuclear weapon, which was enough to destroy a small city and wipe half of a large city off the face of the earth. This caused many large countries to panic. I wonder what kind of effect Grandmaster Jiang will have with such a big toy. Sasaki Kaisha looked up at the behemoth full of metal aura, but her pretty face was full of fascination. The spy photos of Sidoni's Cultivation system gradually spread on the internet. This giant object with a total height of more than 5 kilometers and a base diameter of 3 kilometers was too eye-catching and huge. White mist gushed out of the base from time to time, which had a rough and vigorous beauty, just like a steampunk. The layers of petals were shining with a golden luster, and there seemed to be extremely dense and mysterious patterns on them. There were blue currents of ions rushing straight into the sky, which didn't seem to belong to the civilization of this era. The Cultivation system was too beautiful and too big. It was very eye-catching. Because it was located at a high place, people could see it clearly even if they were 10 kilometers away. Many people took photos. It's so beautiful. The people of Sidoni have such a strong sense of beauty. It's much more beautiful than the Eiffel Tower. Someone said. That's right. Back then, France treated this place as a barren land and dumped their garbage. How shameless. Their civilization can't compare with Sidoni's. Someone immediately chimed in. It said that this is a weapon created by Sidoni to destroy the world. Someone yelled. 2012 was coming soon, and many apocalyptic legends were circulating. The person who spoke was probably deeply affected. In my opinion, this should be a lotus seat. The Buddha Guanyin has a lotus seat, and Sidoni's god also needs a lotus seat. This person was obviously a fan of cultivation novels. He claimed that this was a kind of Dharma artifact, like a lotus seat, that could protect the body. These were only rumors on the internet. Most of them were just for show or jokes. However, many dark overlords on the dark web were paying close attention and making all kinds of speculations and inferences. They were shocked. Who has seen such a huge Dharma artifact? If this is a Dharma artifact, I'm afraid it has made history. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. What's impossible with Kong Techu? Before he founded Sidonia, was there ever a powerful man who succeeded in founding a country in modern times? Someone sighed. Yeah, Kong Techu has always been the first in the world. I'm afraid that the superpowers won't be able to sit still this time. At this time, a wise man said. That was true. The battle between Jiang Tian and the Zhenyu Demon King in the North Bay of Sidoni had already been revealed. Jiang Tian's flying swords could destroy a battleship or a building dozens of stories high with a single strike. What kind of effect would such a huge Dharma artifact have? It was no surprise that it could destroy a city with a single strike. Sure enough, as the Dark Overlords thought, many superpowers in the world couldn't sit still. The European Union Joint Conference has voted by a show of hands to request His Excellency Kong Techu to immediately stop the production of this weapon of mass destruction. Otherwise, the European Union will not hesitate to start a war. Or even use nuclear weapons. President of the European Union, Jung, had visited Jiang Tian 3 times in a month. At first, he begged for mercy, but gradually he became more forceful and even threatened. Even when Jiang Tian defeated France and wiped out dozens of European tycoons, the European Union wasn't so nervous. After all, the first time, Jiang Tian targeted the Rothschild family and the Luo family was the first to make a mistake. The second time, Jiang Tian killed the henchmen of the Gathering of Darkness. The European Union didn't send any troops, so it didn't affect the national security of the entire European Union. But this time was different. Some military experts in the European Union estimated that the Kuelian was as lethal as a nuclear weapon based on its shape, material, and electromagnetic waves. This was a serious threat to their national security. However, Jiang Tian was concentrating on the Kuelian and didn't have time to talk to him. Zhao Xueqing received him on his behalf. President Yang, my husband made this Dharma artifact for self-defense, to protect the national security of Sidoni, not against you. Zhao Xueqing didn't hesitate and said with a straight face. Besides, what evidence do you have that it's a weapon of mass destruction? Have we ever developed nuclear technology? Is there any relevant organization? Have we ever bought nuclear materials? Chapter 827. Jung was at a loss for words. It was true that such a weapon had never been seen before. It didn't belong to any known weapon system on Earth. Besides, there was no evidence that Sidoni had nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction. If you're not satisfied, then let's go to war. There's no need to talk nonsense. Zhao Xueqing was as domineering as a queen. She snorted. All in all, the Kuelian's development must be carried out. Whoever dares to stop it will die. The European Union has no plans to start a war. Jung was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. This woman was simply too ferocious, just like her husband. Mr. Kong Teichu must stop the development of the weapon immediately. Kong Teichu's actions are a threat to the safety of the world. Later, General Keynes from the Pentagon also came to visit. He was very nervous and unyielding. This time, even though Marshall controlled the American Senate and Jiang Tian had cast the soul-swallowing death curse, they couldn't stop the president and the Pentagon. In fact, Marshall's attempt to control the Senate had failed. Because this was a real threat. This was a threat that could end his bloodline. This was a threat that concerned the entire United States. Not even the soul-swallowing death curse was that scary. After all, the soul-swallowing death curse had only been cast on a few thousand elites in the United States of America. In 10 years, the United States would be able to train a new generation of successors and leaders. Once the transition was complete, the United States of America would probably launch intercontinental missiles and use nuclear weapons to wipe Sidoni off the face of the earth. Then, the United States of America would still be the most powerful country in the world. But if Sidoni had a weapon comparable to a nuclear weapon, it would be a different story. This was a fundamental change in the global structure and the rise of a country. The United States of America's position as the most powerful country would be shaken and the safety of every American would be threatened. Zhao Xueqing wasn't going to be polite to Keynes. She slapped him across the face and shouted, "If the United States of America is allowed to have nuclear weapons, why can't I, Sidoni, have my own weapons? I, Sidoni, have never provoked the United States of America. Why do you keep provoking me?" Her phoenix-like eyes were awe-inspiring. She said coldly, "At Koss Lake, you sent Professor Blue Storm and others to kill my husband. In June, you sent super armor warriors to create a flood in Sidoni. This time, you colluded with the superbrain in the United States to assassinate my husband. Do you think I won't dare to kill you?" Keynes' eyes were filled with astonishment. He was so angry that his face turned green. He never thought that a general of the Pentagon would be slapped by a woman like Zhao Xueqing. "What are you staring at? Don't forget who you are provoking." Zhao Xueqing looked at him mockingly and sneered. "Even if you are the Secretary of Defense of the United States, even if you are the President of the United States, even if you can send troops to destroy Sidoni, even if you can use nuclear weapons to destroy the Tianqing school dojo, you can't kill us. But my husband can easily kill all of you with the soul-devouring death curse. I dare you to provoke us again. I'll make the United States stop immediately and turn 1,000 of you into corpses. Scram. This is my last warning." As soon as these words were spoken, Keynes felt a chill run down his spine. The anger in his heart turned into cold sweat. Zhao Xueqing was not lying. If the war really broke out, Sidoni and the Tianjin army were only the first line of defense. The Tianqing school was the second line of defense. The most important trump card was Jiang Tian and the other immortal state monsters. Even if the United States used nuclear weapons, they might not be able to kill these godlike beings. As long as Jiang Tian used the soul-devouring death curse, the United States would stop immediately and everyone would die. This is also my last warning. The United States military has given you a stern warning. We reserve the right to use nuclear weapons. Keynes was not going to back down. He said with a determined face. This time, we have made up our minds. We have secretly selected 200 reserve defense secretaries. If one is sacrificed, the other will take his place. These junior defense secretaries are executing Operation Silence. They don't show up at all. You will never find them. I don't believe that we won't have a chance to use nuclear weapons on Sidoni. Besides, our two countries are separated by the Atlantic Ocean. I don't believe that Mr. Jiang can kill people across the Atlantic Ocean. After all, he was the representative of the United States military. He had been in charge of many projects and had a strong will. Keynes, do you take my words for granted? Suddenly, a mocking voice came up. Keynes turned around and his eyes widened. Jiang Tian appeared 100 meters above the door and walked toward him. Keynes was startled. He bowed deeply and said humbly, Keynes, General of the Pentagon of the United States of America, greets the Honorable Kang Tae-chu. Don't you remember? Jiang Tian landed on the ground and said lightly, I told you that if I want anyone on Earth to die, they will die. You can turn on the TV in the United States of America. Master Kang, no. Keynes didn't want Jiang Tian to test it, but he still took out his smartphone and turned it on. On national TV in the United States of America. In a meeting room in the Pentagon, a Deputy Secretary of Defense was giving a speech. Many reporters were there. It was a live broadcast. His attitude was firm as he waved his arms to express his concern and condemnation for Sidoni's unknown weapon test. He claimed that it was a serious threat to global security and the United States of America might launch a military attack and reserve the right to use nuclear weapons. It's him. Keynes, take a good look at how I control your lives. Jiang Tian said lightly, die. You mean he'll die? Keynes' face changed drastically and he immediately stared at the phone screen. 1 minute passed, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The man was still giving a speech and answering the reporters' questions. Keynes gradually lost his patience. A mocking smile appeared on his face and he said, Mr. Kang Tae-chu, is this what you meant by controlling our lives? Isn't he still fine? Your divine powers can only be used at close range. They'll be ineffective when you return to Sidoni. Just as he was about to put away his phone, suddenly a miserable howl came from the phone, followed by exclamations of shock and noise. Keynes hurriedly looked at the phone and saw the deputy secretary holding his chest and slowly falling down. Next to him, his bodyguards and subordinates all gathered around to support him. Some of them held walkie-talkies and shouted for an ambulance. No, there's no heartbeat. Keynes was shocked to hear such a sentence in the midst of the commotion. At this time, the press conference was urgently interrupted and advertisements began to be broadcast. Keynes' face was pale as his hands began to tremble violently. A deep fear gripped his entire body and mind. He graduated from West Point Military Academy and had received advice on modern weapons and warfare. He had always believed in science. But at this time, he felt that his solid worldview had been shattered in an instant. This was too unbelievable. They were separated by the Atlantic Ocean. Moreover, in order to prevent the soul-swallowing death curse from exploding, the Pentagon had urgently invested $300 million to quickly develop a modern full-channel interference device. All senior generals wore it to prevent and interfere with all kinds of electromagnetic waves. But he didn't expect it to fail. At this time, Keynes' phone rang. It was a call from one of his subordinates. General Keynes, Deputy Minister James, died suddenly during the press conference. After on-site investigation, we have ruled out the possibility of an assassination or a terrorist attack. He didn't have any external injuries. After a thorough examination, the doctor believes that the deputy secretary died of a heart attack. My condolences. I understand. General Keynes hung up the phone with a dull look. His heart was filled with despair and fear. He really killed someone from thousands of kilometers away. It was faster than a missile attack. This was too scary. This was too unbelievable. Mr. Kang Techu, I'm willing to be your servant. Suddenly, Keynes bent his knees and kowtowed toward Jiang Tian, knocking his head on the ground a few times. Next to him, Zhao Xueqing was stunned when she saw the white-haired, upright, and majestic Keynes kneel down so quickly. Human, you're really interesting. How did you collapse so quickly and become so evil? Jiang Tian looked down at this hawkish general who was ranked 5th in the United States Pentagon with a mocking look in his eyes. Jiang Tian didn't see fear or panic in Keynes' eyes. Instead, he saw a burning desire. A desire for power. As expected, Keynes seemed to have gone mad. He looked at Jiang Tiandao with respect and pity. Mr. Kang Techu, if you can push me to the position of the U.S. Secretary of Defense, or even the President of America, then the entire U.S. will be yours. Don't be so cheap. Jiang Tian scolded with a smile. As far as I know, you're one of the most resolute hawkish officials in the Pentagon. You've schemed against me so many times before. Why did you change so quickly and completely? Mr. Kang Techu, that's because I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Keynes was not ashamed at all. He slapped himself twice and said, "Don't worry. If I knew your strength, would I still dare to do that? You're a god, please forgive me." Jiang Tian didn't take it to heart. He said lightly, "But how do you want me to help you?" "Kill Minister Wright. He's always been a hindrance to my promotion. Ask Mr. Marshall to help me." Keynes' eyes were cold and merciless. He immediately spat out a few more names. They were all his political enemies and obstacles. "But I can help you." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "However, you have to return the favor too, right?" "Of course," Keynes said with a flattering face. "You're my master and I'm your servant. Isn't it only right that I repay you? Don't worry, as long as I'm in charge of the U.S. military, or even the president, I won't do anything to Sidoni. My Kuelian defense system is about to be completed. When the time comes, I'll invite many heads of state to take a look. What do you think?" Jiang Tian said with a smile. "Of course. Leave everything to me," Keynes said respectfully. "But this weapon is comparable to a nuclear weapon. Where should I deploy it?" Keynes smiled. "Why don't you try it in Washington?" Jiang Tian joked. "You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.